You guys know we're on the snow planet.
Yeah.
Yep. So I've been asking around. I want to get you guys' thoughts. So, doing a quantum ship, how many turrets do you think is a good amount? So I got 30 turrets, 10 fixed, and then 2 RDs.
All the turrets.
So like triple that.
Yeah, whatever you got, just at least double.
Oh, I don't know if I can get double on there.
Well, what are you trying to kill?
No, it's just that ship that I've been building, the Zenith. So I haven't actually had plans for it. I'm just building.
Oh, I mean, that's a pretty decent sized ship. Yeah, I mean, I would do at least double that.
No, you can do.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Just build flat spots on a very not flat ship.
That's true. I mean, you could make extensions though, like you know the cylinder block that ends up in a flat square, like I did with the bludgeon.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Okay.
Don't necessarily have to do that specific one, but I mean, you know what I mean. You can do extensions out using just a regular block and making it look good, you know.
Is anybody able to spawn Roichka's ship? I subscribe to it. I can't find it in the work. I can't find it in my blueprints.
Whose was it? Let me go back. And try it.
Roichka. Oh wait. No, I found it. Just automatically populated for some reason. Oh, you gotta love the blueprint or the database issues.
There are only issues if it ever hits you.
Yeah.
So it's an issue.
Okay, I just want to make sure that if need be, I can spawn it. Okay.
Too close. I do not like looking into your eyes.
Was that uncomfortable?
Yeah, no touchy. Nope.
I think there's a hamster in your suit there, bud.
Nope.
Very threatening.
You should be scared. I got my little pistol.
Just
I figured you could laugh out of that.
all of a sudden, that's funny.
The beauties of having fat fingers.
Gilbert said he'd be here. He's just gonna be a little late.
Cool.
And from last stream, we know we definitely need Filbert.
Someone's
Yeah, it's good to
gotta
have.
wrangle this rodeo. Oh, did you just see Fred raided you?
What's that?
Fred just raided you with 12.
Oh, big hype. Fred with the raid. Thank you, sir. Fred was getting some serious loots, man. Did you get any of that loot?
Nope. I'm still not sad for deleting the screenshot channel.
It was you.
It was, yeah. Donk did it.
Hashtag bling donk.
What's going on, guys? XCaliber here, and we are back inside Anvil Vanilla Survival, where we will be looking at Project Prefab Starter CBs, the vanilla round. Hope everybody's doing good. We have Bossman, we have JTKE Gaming, we have L Donk, myself, and Filbert Farmer will be coming soon. JT popping off a tier 3 11-month 3, dude, so close. So close, dude. Like, we gotta go mine some gold so we can make that broadsword, Donk.
Missed it by that much.
Yeah, dude.
Tired of mining gold. I hate gold.
Big hype. Aw.
I'll sell you some gold.
Alright, guys, so yeah, we're gonna be checking out a bunch of the builds that you guys have put forth for vanilla for the Project Prefab. Also, today we are officially unveiling the I think like right now, actually. Yeah, it's done. Oh, we can't do that, Bossman. It's survival. Fortunately.
I did.
Did you?
Yeah, mine's clear.
Oh shit. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, it looks all clean now. I want to go chop some trees and make a fire.
Hey, what's the command?
Don't worry about it. You live in a fog. Weather space off.
Oh, well, now that I can do that, I'll start on snow planets forever.
I did. Well, maybe you gotta be in admin mode. I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't think it would work being, public.
Right? Yeah, I didn't either. Hey, what's up, Watson? What's going on, Adam? We got Lemus, we got Grizzly, Lycan, Moo Bear. We've got Per Resident Daedric, and yeah, we got Fred's crew. Sin City, Matahari, how's it going? So yeah, we're going to be, well, it's already live right now, guys. It's on the Discord. You'll see a category called the Anvil Catalog, and you know what? We'll go ahead and see if I could bring that up on this. Go through it. Is that it? Yeah, okay, so that's that. And then, well, how am I gonna see myself? Oh. Alright, oh, now I can't see anything. At this. Oh, I just screwed up the whole stream. Did I? No, I didn't. What am I looking at right now? Damn it! Oh, I screwed up everything. It looks horrible.
Stream still looks good, though.
There we go, I fixed it. Alright, alright, I'm gonna work this out. I'm gonna move Discord over here. So, I'm gonna get out of the admin channel. Alright, so... announcements. Bam. And change this to this. Yay! Alright, guys. Discord. Here we go. If you come down to Anvil catalog, it is the second category. And I want to give a special big thanks to Bossman. Bossman has been working his ass off to get this catalog going. A lot of work has been done over the last couple of weeks here, both with the spreadsheets and getting them all populated and organized to getting the catalog going. So big hype to Bossman. But we have, and I can see things you guys can't see, so don't worry about these two. I think all you guys can see is starter SV right now. We're still populating the CVs. But if you click on starter SV, up here, you have instructions here on how to download the EPB, which is really cool. So you completed Exit Empyrean, you click on the link in the Discord channel. This should download the EPB to your downloads folder. Use your file manager, and he takes you through exactly what folder to put it into. And then when you restart, you'll be able to utilize that chip. And then we have all of the certified builds here. So we have Buko's, the Kere. We have the Raven's Claw, the Presidente, Procyon Latour. So you'll notice that it's populated with information. So you have the name of the build, you have the class of the build, you have the unlock level, you have the core tier, you have the armor locker. Does it have an armor locker? Does it have an O2 station? Does it have a detector? Does it have warp, shield, fridge, constructor, wireless? What upgradable spacing does it have? Weapons, docking, is it combined usable cargo, is it airtight, and what game mode is it? So you're getting all this information before you even download the BP to determine, you know, if this is something that you want. Does it have all of the information that you need?
So XCal, a few things on the upgradable. I use that. It's either yes or it's nothing.
Okay.
If the upgrades are obvious, then it's yes. I mean, obviously you can upgrade anything in Empyreon.
Right.
No.
That's true.
So if it was obvious, then I put a yes there. As far as if you look, there's designer comments which say tentative right now and workshop TBD. If I would ask that anybody that has a build on the workshop just verify that information, DM me. If they want to put a comment in there, just send me that comment and their workshop link, and I'll populate those.
Awesome. So yeah, I mean the idea of this is to give you know, either new players or if you guys want to utilize obviously the builds that we have in the catalog, it's right here. And the instructions on how to use the EPB file for new people is right there. So it's really self-explanatory. Everyone has access to this catalog. So you're not required to be an Anvil citizen. You know, once you get on the Discord, these are going to be available for new players. And yeah, I mean, I'm excited about it. This is the very beginning. This is the first catalog entry, being starter SV, and then we're gonna have starter CV, and then we're gonna have a next one, and we're just gonna keep going until we populate a full catalog. But yeah, this is some great work here by Bossman. And you know, obviously, when we realize with a patch that there's going to be an issue with any of these builds, something changed, we have to test compatibility. If that happens, we're going to do a stream and we're going to retest the ones that were affected. And if they fall out of certification, we're going to notify the builders for updates. And then once the updates are done, they're going to be resubmitted, and then Bossman's going to repopulate it and recertify it. That's how it's going to go, and we're just going to maintain the integrity of his catalog as we move forth. But yeah, some really great work here by Bossman. We are looking at, we also have a link here to the YouTube review. This is really cool, right? So when you click on this, it All right, our next build is by Tay, and this is oh god, I pressed it twice. So when you click on it, it goes directly to the section of the stream where we looked at the build. X41.
Oh wow!
So that's really cool. Yeah, so you're able to actually see it tested in real time. well, not in real time, but in whatever time, and you can see, you know, what testing we did and whatnot to certify it. Yeah. So
That's
just above
nuts.
and beyond, man. Like, that's super cool.
Wow. Boss man, you get a raise.
Get a raise. Hell yeah. Certified. Boss man certified.
Boss man certified. But one side note is you're way too many discords. You need to delete all those. That's ridiculous.
Bro, are you looking at all the discords?
Yeah. You got like 1,000 red numbers over there. It's like, come on, man.
Dude, it's really hard, like, muting them all. Oh my god. Like, some of them are never muted, and it's like, well, they all are. Well, there's one that I can't find that keeps, like, I think it's this one. Because the Rust stuff, right? So I've been, like, getting into the Rust stuff. But a lot of these are, like, some of your guys' discords and stuff, you know? And then I think I have a folder with, like, 50 of them in there. And yeah, like, no, that's ridiculous. That's the thing. Honestly, I don't look at any of them, to be honest. I really don't. I mean, I just, you know, there's too much on the Anvil to ever, like, go to another one and start reading stuff, right? So.
And he says, for a man who's become famous for not reading, you sure have a lot of things to read.
And I don't read them, so there you go. Right on, Philbert. No worries, man. Alright, so let's, so yeah, guys, listen, utilize the catalog, give feedback, definitely, and then also refer people to it. You know, if somebody's in the server and they're like, does anybody have this? Does anybody have that? Obviously, right now we have starter SVs, but, you know, start utilizing that catalog and refer people to it, new players and stuff. Let them know it's there, because we're gonna start populating this thing in a hurry. I think it's gonna be really cool, and eventually we're gonna have this big master catalog, right? So super hype about that. Let's continue populating it here. Let's get some certifications going. Last stream, what was that, last week? Or was that the week before? That was last week, right?
Last week, yep.
We did starter CVs for Reforged, and we got a lot of those done. So now today we're obviously doing vanilla. Decided to do a snow planet because we never. Looks nice. I like it. So our first build here is by Fungus, and this is the wait. So let me talk about one more thing, and that is the Anvil faction stuff. So we did the designers challenge last month, and we were looking for a concept for a possible Anvil faction. Very vague on purpose. So I'm going to be doing a stream this week. I'm looking at either Tuesday or Wednesday. I will announce it by tomorrow, but I'm looking to do a stream to address, you know, the faction. If that stream becomes a voting thing, if it becomes a get together and decide thing, I'm still kind of unsure. A lot of the builds we had were diverse in a way, but then a lot of them had some similarities. So there is a way where I could, like, group them together into bunches and say, which group do you think more represents Anvil? I could do something like that. The other thing I could do is we could just sit there and kind of, you know, build from multiple things and determine what style we're gonna do. Like, really break it down in the stream in creative and determine, like, yeah, this is what we want the Anvil faction to represent. You know, talk about the lore of it, talk about the overall concept of what the faction's about. So that's more, I think, what I want to do. I think that would be more immersive. I think that would be more, we'd get better feedback that way than doing it on Discord. So look for that either Tuesday or Wednesday, but we will be taking care of that, so don't worry about it.
Oh, Fungus has already been done. You already certified that.
Certified.
Yeah, on
That
the
was
spread.
quick.
Oh,
Yeah,
we did that. We did that on the Reforge then.
No. This is vanilla. He was done on vanilla, but you did that weeks ago. So if you
Oh.
look on the spreadsheet, all the ones that are gray are already done.
Oh, okay. Oh, that certified column.
Yeah. Imagine that.
You're gonna realize just how little I know about Excel spreadsheets. All right, cool. So
I think we
yeah,
already know.
yeah. All right, fine. So our next one is by Point and Shoot, and this is
No.
what?
No.
It says not certified.
It's great. It's great. Point and Shoot had a his needed rework, and so there's a whole rework section there.
Over
And
CPU level 20 must. Oh, the notes. Oh
I
my
haven't
God.
gotten his down yet. I haven't gotten a re one or a resubmission for his
Okay.
yet. So
Okay.
anything that's gray, skip. Go down
Oh,
to
dude, if you just led with that, that would have been great. All right, cool. All right, our next one is by Royshka, and this is the I don't know. I don't know. What is that? Is that Russian or? Okay, all right. I don't know how to even look for that. Is that an N? Let's try N.
no. So look for PAHC. Search PAHC. That's how I found it. And if you need help spawning it in, let me know. I'm ready.
Yes, go for it.
Okay.
Thanks.
So
No, Annie, I think too many of XCal's hamsters escaped.
What's hold on, let me catch up on chat here. Is it too late to submit builds in the categories already done? No, so it's never going to be too late. It's not like, we've done starter SVs and then 2 years from now they can never be. No, we always want to accept entries for these. I mean, we want to keep things fresh. We want to, new people come in, they want to contribute. We absolutely want to do that. So obviously we have to certify them just like we do with this. So I'm still unsure about the format of that, but I mean, obviously we're in vanilla, so it wouldn't be hard for us to certify a vanilla SV right now before we do CVs or after. So I think it's really just kind of the length of the stream. It's like, okay, we did all the things we're doing today, and then we'll squeeze in these couple of entries from these other categories, and we'll get those certified. But eventually, 2 Saturdays out of the month or whatever, where we can take that time to just do a certification trial. It wouldn't even necessarily be a specific thing. It would just be any things that were entered, we're gonna certify them, or we're gonna trial them or whatever for a certification. So yeah, so your answer is yes. I mean, yeah, obviously we want to accept any of those. So if you have something for like the starter SV, you could put it in what would be the best place to put that, boss man? Would you want them to just put it in submissions? And but you would have to go like, oh, that's an SV. I got to put that somewhere else.
yeah, that's fine.
Or do
I
you
can
want
figure it out.
resubmissions? We could do resubmissions, and then maybe you'd have a little more attention to go, oh, okay, this is for. But then you might look for like an original entry.
Yeah, I think for now, I think we should probably just do it in resubmissions until we get the full gambit of what we want. And then we'll leave the submissions channel for whatever the challenge is for that time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, cool. So yeah, for now, like Annie or anybody else, if you want to contribute to like starter SV, starter CV, you can put those in the resubmissions. Just annotate this is a first time entry for this category, and he knows not to look for the original. All right, so we are looking at the ship with the name of Russian. I don't know what that means. All right, so starter CV, we've got one turret on top, got one turret underneath, so both ends covered. We've got concealed thrust here. Got a hangar in the back. We got tons of spacing up top for flight deck. Sides, underneath. Tons of upgradability. This is a unlock level 10. Size class 1. No Z and E. Does have those pesky grow plots. I mean, we haven't. Have we addressed that yet in the prefabs? Is that a thing? Do we?
We haven't said either way.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's anything that we have to like do a line in the sand about. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's not like people can't make them and put them into the build. It's kind of a convenience thing to not do that, but it's fine. Necessarily hurts the build. Oh, we got a big problem over here. So, boss man, write down clone chamber redundancy. Absolutely redundant.
Certified.
I think that's already on the spreadsheet, XCal.
Redundant. Oh wait, what?
Yeah. If you look over at medical, it says M5 plus C. Medical, 5 medicals and 1 clone.
Oh wow. Okay, so my monitor is not that long. So I see all the
You can
way.
shrink it.
Yeah, I see all the way up to. Well, I could shrink it, but then I don't have Superman eyes, so it's kind of a battle between the two. But yeah, I could see up to the comments, and then the categories. I don't know. Awesome, dude. We've got. I wish you guys could see the sheet. But yeah, no, like everything. So that's a redundancy that needs to get removed before certified. We got warp drive. We've got got some piping here, fancy.
And it is airtight.
It is airtight, nice, nice.
And it's loaded up.
What do we got here? We've got a main in and main out. Easily enough cargo to satisfy the 200K. We've got a separated ammo box. Yeah, I mean, it's got tons of upgradability, right? It's got tons of spacing. I see this as like a comfortable starter that somebody that's new to the game can spawn in and just kind of make their own. They could interior decorate, they could add all kinds of shaping and stuff inside if they want to do that, but it's a very cut and dry, this is how a ship works in Imperium kind of thing, right? So we're at full tow here. And we can easily get up to 59. We move forward at 59. Comes with a detector. Yeah, I mean, that's what you want a CV to do, right? The cost of this thing is really, really inexpensive. It's only 1,600 Neo. Super cheap. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's good, I think. It moves, it does everything it's supposed to do.
Yeah, definitely a great little starter CV.
I dare say it's got some edges to it, too.
It's pretty blocks.
Ah.
How many weapons did we say? 2, right?
Yeah, 2 weapons.
Yep.
Now in vanilla, are there base attacks right off the get-go like Reforged?
You say
No,
what now?
If you,
I'm aware of.
if you spawn a CV in, does it automatically trigger drone attacks?
I don't believe so, no.
I think actually the Polaris bring you cookies.
Oh, vanilla, here I come.
Yeah, that's what happens in vanilla. They bring you cookies, and they ask you about your day.
We've been doing it the hard way.
Right?
That should be the next update. You spawn in something, the Xerox drones bring you cookies. But no, I was just asking because there's one turret up top, one down bottom.
Yeah, I don't think it's a thing in vanilla at all. TV based. I think people would riot if it was a thing in vanilla. I'm like, you could imagine. I would love to watch a stream with somebody new in the game and that happened to them. It's like, oh, I got all this stuff. I got my new CB. I'm gonna pimp it out. And all of a sudden, bombs dropping. What the? What is this game?
Okay, yeah, Annie and Furious both said no attacks in vanilla.
I'm good. The garden's good, right? Yeah, it's good. It's got the light. Garden. It's got we're good there. Making sure we got oxygen.
The only like iffy thing I saw was, and this is more of a suggestion, maybe throw something as around the generators in the back to keep you from getting radiated.
Yeah, I mean it is a thing, but I mean I think that again I like the fact that it's it's very opened up and like you could literally make this whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like there's tons of room inside. You could literally put whole rooms in there still, you know, with the spacing it has.
I know in Reforge they will, Annie. I don't know about vanilla. I kind of feel like now I have to play vanilla, so I know a little something about it.
Yeah, you still get radiation from fuel tanks in vanilla.
Hey, there he is, the guy with the answers.
Hey.
What's going on?
Not much.
Hey.
How we doing?
Doing good, same as always.
We are on the snow planet.
I'm in the build.
Oh, well, there you go.
I've been here for a little bit. I just snuck in.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
We're gonna need to look around because we've already certified like 12 of them. So.
Yeah.
Are they buried under the snow?
Maybe.
That's you know that's probably a possibility, right? So yeah, I think we're good. Just get rid of the clone chamber, and then we can certify it. Absolutely.
Or get rid of the the medical bay.
That's a level 10, so no, I don't want to promote that. We're not promoting that, guys.
No, I like it. It's a good ship.
Good to go, man. So yeah, we'll put that in the pending there. Boss man, Donk. Donk's the glorified valet guy that just says certified.
Yeah,
that's my only job. Don't take it from me.
Yeah. Hey, that's an important job.
It is an important job. He seals the deal, man.
He had one job and he missed his queue this time.
He did.
Well, it's pending certification. So
yeah, it's pending.
not certified.
Well, I'm gonna
almost certified.
There you go.
Don't give me too much work, guys. I mean, it's hard to think certified.
All right, guys. So thanks for the build there, Royska. That's an easy enough fix, right? That shouldn't be hard. Just put the just get rid of the clone chamber and then resubmit it in resubmissions channel. Certified. And the vanilla is going on. What does it mean when it's orange? Anybody know?
I don't know. Is it size?
Don't you do, what do you do, like prefab info or something?
Yeah.
But then I gotta have that whole long name.
Yeah, you gotta have the actual blueprint name and then prefab info.
Yeah, it could be block limits. I don't know what you would have on a starter that would be breaking block limits, though.
Yeah, let me look for the actual...
It could be a freaking set of lockers, too. I know some of those in builds will kill it.
That's true.
Plants left in the grow plots. Yeah, there's a number of things that do it.
Those normally turn it red.
Well,
yeah,
here,
that's true.
I'll spawn it, and then then I'll look it up too. Let's pull it. I'm not seeing it in my.
That Lichens was a workshop build. That's why it's not in your folder.
It still goes in your folder though, right? Oh no, you gotta
Yeah.
save it.
Yeah, right.
It has too many minigun turrets. They're only allowed 12, and it has 16 apparently. So, yeah, needs to get rid
Okay,
of
so
4.
that's just a
Block limit thing.
block limit. So, I don't think we need to remove it. I just think that it needs to be specified in the catalog that this doesn't. How do you guys feel about that? We didn't address that in a brief or anything, so.
Right. I know there are servers that use block limits, but very few.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it being failing block limit, but I just think we should probably put it in the catalog. Just say block limit, no,
Exceed
I
base
can-
game
exceed
block
block
limit.
limit, something like that.
I can
Yeah.
add that. I can add that to the notes.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. You know, it's a setting, right? It's not necessarily a. I mean, it's a toggle when you start your game and everything. It defaults true or false?
I think it defaults false.
Yeah, it's not. It's interesting, man. It's an interesting concept here, though. I like it.
Nice LCD work in the cockpit.
Got a ramp, I think, to be able to get an HV up there to dock. Ooh, yeah, fancy. That's
You can
cool.
get your indoor suntan running under the warp drive.
Oh, is that a thing, though? I think that's probably something we need to look at here. I don't know.
Oh yeah, and you run right past the generator and everything, so you get some heat and radiation.
Yeah. Why are you going back there, though? Is there any reason to go back
I'm
there?
reading the Star Wars.
Oh no,
Right.
I know. I just mean, is there a functional reason to come back here? Not really. Like unless you're...
No, other than to place a shield once you get it, looks like.
Yeah. I think I'm okay with it and everything. Like I don't think we need to like reshape or anything, but maybe something indicating radiation, like danger, radiation.
Just painted on the floor.
Yeah, I mean you could literally make a room out of carbon blocks right here and put a door in it and say engineering or something, just to save the new player from roasting and not understanding why.
Or Jay roasting himself and not knowing why.
Yeah.
From what I can tell, everything's airtight too.
Lots of good
Long
info
time
there.
ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Right? Well, then I would have had to read it from the bottom. Whoa!
Whoa!
Who
Little
jumped in the
lag.
cockpit?
Sorry, that's me.
Oh.
I was just curious because he has his spotlights placed in the hole behind the pilot seat, and I was curious if that was going to blind out the view on the windows if you're in first person. But no, it doesn't. It still works. It's pretty clever.
Lots of good info. You'll LCD it? Okay, yeah. I mean, if you put an LCD and said danger radiation, click on this block, that'd be good. But what do we got here? We've got cargo. We've got some boxes. We've got 224K storage. Yeah. Docking. I can't lift, but I'm wondering if it's me. Somebody else could try to lift.
Like in the cockpit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was me. I don't know why that
Alright.
happens to me. Go ahead and
Try it now.
Oh. Do you think I was in the passenger seat? That could have been the thing.
That might have been.
I guarantee you
might have
that's
been
because I did the exact same thing. I
Yeah.
jumped in the passenger seat and I was like, I can't lift this thing either. I guess, sorry, guy, not certified.
Not certified.
Yeah, because right now it still has 4.8 kilotons of cargo lift available.
Nice. It's a really cool. I like the turrets, how they're kind of like moving and shit. It's cool, man. It just looks cool. It looks like a cool little gunship.
Kind of reminds me almost of the Futurama ship.
Mmm.
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
You never watched Futurama?
Mm-mm.
So you're telling me I've watched something that
Wait.
you haven't watched?
Wait, you've never seen Futurama?
No, dude. Like, there's this whole block of like I've never watched Family Guy before. There's like I've never.
Well,
watched
that's
it.
far less of an offense than not seeing Futurama.
Is it?
Futurama's great.
Family
Love
Guy's
it.
kind of over and over stupidity, and it's funny for a minute, but
When am I supposed to be
Yeah.
watching TV anyway? I gotta
Hey,
watch, I
yeah,
gotta watch TV
that's-
with the wife, and then
That's
every other
fair.
minute I'm gaming. I don't have time to watch,
And then he's got all those posts on his Discord to read.
Right,
That's a
Yeah.
full-time job just in itself.
right, and then yeah, exactly, and then yeah, it's a lot, man. No, this is great, dude. This moves really well. Let's confirm stats here. We've got unlock level 10, a little more than 2 turrets. We've got it's got an RCS. Yeah, really inexpensive to build, like super inexpensive. Great little starter. Yeah, dude, I'm good with this.
Welcome to XBC.
Hey, Rig popping off a gift sub to Lemus. Big hype, dude. Thank you. 5-month resub for Lemus.
no, I like it. I think it's a great ship.
Yeah, me too. I think it's good. It's what's the it's made out of steel. Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
Orange
the only
steel
thing
on the front.
it uses a fair bit of is Neo for all the turrets.
Yeah. Yeah, but still,
But-
1400
Neo,
Neo is
Neo,
pretty damn
yeah.
good.
That's quite a bit of firepower.
Just-
for
Just
1400.
remember we're in vanilla,
Yeah.
so the numbers are different.
Neo
Oh,
harder to come by.
is it harder to come by? I don't know.
Well, no, but like 1400 Neo would be good and would be like a little bit in Reforged, but it's a fair bit in vanilla. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, but I mean, why though? What do you mean? Like the yield of mining is less or something?
Because the numbers are different in Reforged versus vanilla as far as the amounts of materials required to build blocks.
Mm.
So to build a block takes more materials in Reforged than it does in vanilla.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so when you look at those numbers, they're going to be different. They mean different things than they do in Reforged.
Okay.
I'm glad someone here knows about vanilla.
Yeah,
I played a fair bit of it before I found Reforged, so it's just been a while.
I played it twice and found Reforged and never went back. I broke that habit.
let's just rip in vanilla.
I have played a good
I like
700 or
vanilla.
800
Vanilla's
hours.
great. Yay, vanilla. Vanilla's
Yeah,
awesome.
it's not bad.
Unsubscribe.
No, like literally though, honestly, like this is the only game where I ever play mods. I don't play mods in any other game. Like I really like to stay true to the vanilla of a game, and especially early access games. So, you know, I'm always kind of the fan of vanilla, but yeah.
Well, in most games, when mods are involved, it usually makes the game easier in some way.
Yeah. And you guys remember, like, it took a long time for me to go to Reforged. Like, I was sticking with vanilla long after you guys moved to Reforged, so.
Yeah, so it's not a huge jump there, like, and that's a good point. But it does make a difference.
Yeah.
And
mean-
still cheap build all overall.
Totally. See, for me, though, like, the big difference that I've seen in the two, I'm not going to get into a rant, but between Reforged and vanilla is, like, with vanilla, probably 60 to 70% of the game is experienced on a starter planet, and then maybe the planet after the starter planet. But really, once you get your CV, you've at least gone halfway through the game. Like there's not a lot of content beyond that, unless you make it up yourself. But with Reforged, you don't even start the game until you get off the starter planet. Like, it's not even begun yet. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and that's what I like about Reforged. It just extends the game far beyond its expiration date in vanilla. That's the only real thing. You know, I mean, the guns working better, all these little things like that are really cool, and I do appreciate all that. But if vanilla had a longer lifespan of gameplay in a playthrough, I think, you know, I'd be fine going between the two. But yeah, that's another great starter build. Just pending cert on that little LCD thing, but otherwise we're totally good to go with that one, man. Very good. That is by Lycan, and that is the Bullet L for vanilla. Oh, our next one is it's by Filbert, and this is
No pressure.
yeah, no pressure, man. This is the Black Cat Mark II.
So what's the heaviest ore in the game again?
So, like, and I think you were good on the guns. It was just the LCD screen.
Yeah, you're good on the guns, dude. Don't worry.
That looks nothing like a Filbert build.
What?
I'm messing with you.
This is epic, man.
That's I love how you kept like your kind of shaping, but it's way smaller than normal.
Yeah. Anytime you can make like a small ship not look like a little brick, but look like a freaking Maserati, you're like, yeah. Cool, man. Ooh, slopey nose. So we've got 4. Okay, so we got 2 turrets underneath. We got 2 vertical. Yeah. So we got 4. Got this really cool. See, this is. I like this, dude. This hangar. I might redo that entire Hellbuster ship. Now that we've played with it.
And do a hangar more like that, open air.
I like it, right? It makes more sense. It makes way more sense.
Yeah, that way we can fry whenever we're trying to get into our vehicle.
Oh. But no,
Details.
But, yeah,
Details.
but there's force emitters. All right,
yeah.
shut up. Stop talking about our stuff. We're looking at
So,
builds.
Filbert, when you flip the switch, does it blow something up?
Which switch?
The remove the upgrade info switch?
Oh, no. Well, flip it. See what happens.
Oh, we don't do that. That always turns out bad.
That's
yeah,
it.
That's why I asked.
Yeah,
And
dude,
then
it's like.
And then you go outside and you look and see where the upgrades go.
Bro, have you ever like gotten up in the morning to turn the lights on and had to sit there at the light switch for 5 minutes trying to talk yourself into flipping the switch? Because you have PTSD from some POI you attacked the other night? Like, no, dude.
I'm never the one flipping the switch. It's always wired darkest. So
Should I do this? I don't know. Oh god. Is a pink clone chamber gonna come out and attack me? Or, you know?
That's cool, Filbert. I like that.
Yeah.
That should maybe become the Reforged standard.
Have I seen this before? I've seen this before, haven't I?
yeah, I made a reforged version of it for the upgradable starter challenge.
Yeah.
So I had to change some stuff to make it vanilla compatible.
Ah. Yeah, I remember the layered hanger here. It's really
It's got a full bathroom / kitchen.
got one of those like small cubbies to sleep in and stuff.
Hey, XCaliber, you been up to the top deck yet?
Man, come on, dude, really?
Okay, okay. My defense.
Uncertified.
I kind of forgot that in vanilla you can also, they've changed it so now you can have a med chamber that works as a clone chamber. I kind of forgot that that was a thing.
That's all. No, so that's always been a thing. There's never a time where that wasn't a thing. Like that's always been the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I will definitely change that.
Okay. So the clone chamber is fine on 7, 8, 9, but once you get to level 10 and you can get the medical you can get the medical chamber. It gives you, it replaces it. But some people say that the clone chamber works at a longer distance. I don't care. It's stupid. They're gonna try to see. That's what they want to do. They want to just be like, oh, well, this works at a longer distance, just so that they don't have to change all their POIs because they all have both. They don't want to do that, so they're like, oh yeah, no, the clone chamber is still required for something. Don't get me wrong. On a symmetrical scale, it'd be nice if you had that. Maybe have both of them, but you don't. It doesn't make sense.
It is airtight too, even with the clone chamber.
I honestly, that was not meant to be a trigger. I forgot I did that.
I like this open hangar base. This is an awesome build, Filbert.
Thanks, man.
Everything's labeled with the boxes and stuff. Yeah, no, this is like a high-end starter, high-end looking starter.
I do think you set a new kind of standard with the LCD showing upgrades thing. That's kind of neat.
I did that on another build a while back, and it just seemed like it was a good time to bring that back and use it again.
I'm not smart enough to figure out how to do all that, but
It's a huge pain in the butt.
Yep.
All LCD stuff is a huge pain in the butt.
Save it, copy, paste.
No, just don't do it. That's all.
I can't even do that, so I gave up because I can't even do that right. It's like, what are you talking about, Solusticor? I did what you said in the thing. It doesn't work. Stupid. I hate it. Oh god, I hate it. Nah,
I mean, I have no issue doing basic stuff on there, or if it is advanced like that, I copy paste. It's getting them freaking set where you want them. That I don't know how anyone does.
Yeah.
Although I did just figure out how to color code my cargo boxes too, so I might be behind.
Like in the future of Anvil, like I want to see like custom shops. Anvil to where like you could send your build to the custom shop, and they'll like deck it out with like decals and you know, we'll have like a texture paint shop. We'll have, you know what I mean, and people that just like doing that will like do that.
Well, you just found jobs for like 3 people in Anvil.
Yeah, well, or Jay Randall. Just
That's true. He
As you
is
said, 3
way
people.
better at LCDs.
yeah. This is great, dude. I'm good with this. I don't see any issues. There better not be any issues. I'll just say that. boy,
I mean, I hope
that'd be
so.
embarrassing. I'm kidding. Yeah, no, dude. I'm good. Like, there's, you know, it's got double the turrets. It's got, you know, and then honestly, is that even really a requirement in vanilla? Not so much, right? The whole requirement with that was for Reforged. But yeah, I mean, having 2, I think is smart. Have a little bit of defense in case drones are around or whatever. You don't lose your CB because of a stupid drone or something, you know? So 2 is fine. And then you do have upgradable capability here in the back. You can remove these and put the large thrusters, which is cool. More forward motion.
Can't believe how much CPU you get in vanilla.
Also underneath you can upgrade these. Medium? Yeah, dude. No, it's... Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to talk about CPU in vanilla anymore. I'm good. Say it.
Certified.
There it is.
Pending the clone chamber removal.
Almost certified.
As he flies the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, we did it to Royska, so I mean, we can't, yeah. Can't show
All right.
preference.
The corrected one's just been submitted to the revisions channel.
Certified.
It didn't even waste no time.
That was quick. That was quick.
It's because before it lifted off right there, it was delete clone chamber alt plus O. Let's go.
Yeah.
That one's already been changed, so that's the correct one.
Nice build, man.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Good job, Filbert. That was
Thanks.
the Black Cat Mark II. All right. So our next build is by P. Watson. This is the Mighty Dog. Does unlock level 10, has 4 cannon turrets, some sentries, no Z&E.
Oh man, what a hanger! This is
That's
nice.
Huge hanger.
It looks
Yeah.
like it's got upgradability all around for thrusters.
Big old landing pad up top. This is a great setup.
Tons of info on upgrades.
Yeah, tons of upgradability with thrusters. You can, tons of turret hardpoints, foot access on the front. Upgrade directions. 1.2 million cargo, all steel body, armed defensive, large hangar space, and SV landing pad. You can progress this CD from starter to late game with many upgrades. Upgrades that are immediately available. Replace the mark blocks in command area with 36 grow plots. Add passenger seats. Space has been left marked. Rear ramps and sentry guns only deploy when landed. This can be changed by removing signal logic landed on sentry gun. Okay, so he's got the signal logic attached to the landing gear.
It is airtight. With the exception of some of like the engineering areas, but he has LCDs up saying no oxygen.
Labeled. This is great for a new player.
I wish I'd have had this much freaking hey do this dummy when I started playing.
What? What's this? What am I gonna turn into when I stand in here? It's like a sauna, man.
It's, you know, in space you can't get suntan, so that's what that's for.
Yeah.
Vitamin D chamber.
I need a tan, dude. Like bad. I got a farmer's tan, right?
Okay, that's kind of neat too. The little, I guess you'd call it combat pilot seat.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a cool feature up top. He's got if you're flying in to try to land, if you go too far forward, he's got something that pops up and says stop, so you know, like you've gone too far forward.
Oh,
That's cool.
That's pretty genius.
For the CVs, or I guess it'll only be little SVs, huh? That is
Yeah,
pretty
just so you know to leave space. That's kind of clever.
It's better than a tennis ball.
But does that work if you're sitting in a cockpit?
It should work in an SV cockpit. I don't think it would work in a CV cockpit.
Depending on the cockpit. I mean, I'm right at ground level and I can see it. Here, let me grab the little light probe and we'll see. Oh yeah, it works great.
Oh wow, that's. I
Hey,
think
Lee, what's up, man?
a few revs on the game ago it didn't work.
All right, she's loaded up. That's a lot of cargo.
Yeah. 1.2 mil, right?
Holy cow!
Yeah, that 1.2 mil means nothing to me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
What?
It's a lot of blocks.
Oh, but she lifts.
Yeah, easy.
And it looks like on the underside there's places labeled to upgrade thrusters too.
Yeah, everywhere you can upgrade thrusters, like all ends.
That's awesome. That is amazing for a new player.
Stan just said 4 320s. I understand that.
Especially for vanilla. I mean, that's like close to an end-game ship from the way it sounds.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how it's designed. So it's designed to get you to end game, basically. You could upgrade everything. Got room for all the end game stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is easy win here. What do you guys think?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Certified.
Certified. Good job. Good job, Watson. That is the Mighty Dog, guys. Check it out on the Anvil catalog.
Instead of calling them certified, we should call them donk approved.
Yeah, it doesn't roll off the tongue, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't. Sounds weird.
Yeah, P. Watson, awesome job, man.
Yeah, that's a great
You
one.
know, Donk, there's a whole platform here. You don't have to hang it off the end of it. Like, we got room, man. It's cool. I mean, I don't know.
Trying to save space.
What are you doing, dude? Like,
Trying to make it all nice and fancy.
oh, okay.
You didn't have the stop LCD.
Well, you're the one who's told me to go flying, so it's actually your fault.
That's only good at bars, dude. That's the only time you want to see asses hanging off the chairs.
Welcome to XCalibersAnvil.
Hey, Simp with the 29-month resub. Big eye, dude.
Wow.
29 months, man.
That was like a day one sub, huh?
Well, we got 30. We got 31 now.
Yeah, 31 or 32, something like that.
Yeah, I think Dragon's close to 32. But yeah, pretty close to yeah. It's a long time.
I wish
man.
I'd have found this community from the word go.
Yeah, I just can't believe people watch me for that long. Like, that'd be sick of me.
Oh, we are.
They're watching for Donk, right? They're probably watching for Donk now. They're like, oh, is Donk coming on? Oh, that XCal's there? Yeah, well.
It's
I'm like the vessel for Donk now.
Oh, don't put it that way. That sounds terrible.
I honestly think somewhere there's like an off-track betting for death loops with you, though.
Oh yeah, we haven't had a good. Well, we had one good death loop in season 3 so far, but we'll get there. Oh, he said it should be 30 for him, but his kids subbed to some anime crap at one point and ruined the streak. Well, the streak's there. All right.
I mean, 30 months is nothing to gawk at.
No, not at all. All right, so our next one is by Akiva. Boss, you're still here, right? You're awfully quiet, sir.
I am. I'm still here.
All right, cool.
Taking notes.
Nice. New Dawn. Uh-oh. I don't have this.
He's the only one with any real responsibility here.
I don't have this. Does somebody else have this? Then they could spawn it in.
I probably have it.
DEI New Dawn. So I had to break open the crappy coffee my wife bought me a couple weeks ago at the grocery store. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not horrible. It's the method though. It's how you make it. It really does change it. Oh wow, look at this. I bet it glowies. Unleash the glowies. Looks like a bird, right? It's kind of like this bird vibe to it. Somebody unleash of the glowies. Glowy! Oh!
Wow, that's glowy.
There you go. Glowies unleasheth. Oh, right on, JD. Which is the back, which is the front? The back is the upper part. Oh, yeah, and the cockpit's in the middle. Look at that. Cool. Like we got more turrets here. Entry turrets. Turret underneath. You got these. Oh, that's the cut.
All right, she's filled up.
Oh.
Everywhere's airtight except for the engineering area.
Usage of this blue spring has been offered exclusively to Anvil Corporation and conforms to Anvil Corp restrictions. Wait, what? Do we have restrictions? Oh, I guess
we
that'd
have
be
a corporation.
Wow. For more, this is official, man. For... Boss man, give us restrictions. We need them in writing.
Wait, someone add another channel.
What's that? Yeah.
Add another channel.
Another channel, Zovia. For more GEI products, including a version of the new Dawn with warp shield and repair station, visit the GEI collection on the workshop. Don't forget to leave a goal. Oh wait, you guys are humans. You prefer to use thumbs up when you like something. You humans are weird. Nice. That's cool. Then you got upgrade instructions here.
What do you think on this with the engineering area back there not being airtight, but there's no real access to it without removing a block? I mean, should we say put something up, or because you're only going to take something out to put in a shield, leave it? I don't know.
Oh, how do you get in here?
You gotta
Can't,
take
you
out
have
this
to,
glass wall.
You have to take
Yeah.
out part of the block.
But as soon as you take out that glass wall, it will be oxygenated.
Will it, or no?
yeah, it just doesn't have a ventilator.
Yeah, so I think it's fine.
Well, it would be nice to have like a door going there.
So it's airtight, it's just not oxygenated.
Well, because you want them to be able to come in here and put the shield in and whatever, right? So you do need access, I think.
Well, it says right there, it says open up the engine room, and so it tells you on how to upgrade what you need to do. So it's all written out what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that's the format, I mean, that's fine. I guess, yeah. Because you got the 45. Well, this isn't 45 degrees, is it? That's 22. We don't have 22-degree doors. Yeah, that's fine. You guys are good with that?
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
I put a ventilator in there and it oxygenated. So yeah, if you pulled that out, you'd be oxygenated.
Doc, you remember the other day when you were like, "There's no textures for white colors"? Like, come here and then look down, dude. Like that looks so good, dude.
Yeah.
With the constructors on the wall, it looks like another game, to be honest. Like it looks really cool. It almost looks like cell shading or something, like Borderlands.
The only problem is I can't use cargo extensions on the outside of my warship.
Dude, and see, that's what upsets me. They introduced new textures, but they didn't give it to us for all the blocks. Give us all the textures for all... Remember, like, a year ago when they were like, oh, we doubled the amount of IDs now, and it's like, cool. Where's that? Can we get the textures now? Like, forget about new textures. Can we just get all the textures for all the blocks?
Exactly what I was getting ready to say.
I
You
would
could
love to
imagine
have the-
Xeno with, like, all the textures?
Well, I would like to have the cargo extension because I like some of those, like the bottom strip that he did with that looks like it's barred in there almost. I love that. I think it's really nice, but
Yeah. I mean,
Would
it's
it
so
also be
limited.
nice, so to just make it match the rest of your ship.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I would love to use Xeno blocks in a build. Like, I really probably would if I had the textures.
Oh, come on, you don't like everything to be blinding? Or
Oh,
wavy?
okay.
Yeah, there's only like 3 decent Xeno textures that you can use.
Yeah.
It's just too limiting.
What kind of cargo we got on this?
a lot. It's pretty good. A couple 320s.
Sweet.
You just do like I did last season on my Xeno
Oh.
ship and just make it all glowy pink.
This isn't gonna work, guys. This is to unlock level 15.
Oh,
What's making
man.
it 15?
Check the. No, it's just Rover Constructor.
It's tier 3 fuel tanks.
Yep.
Okay, so those gotta change. You could put that in, Boss Man.
Yep.
Be right back.
It's already on the sheet.
I think when this was built, the core was way higher. You know, yeah, no, I think the, well,
No, it looks a little high.
it does, right?
Yeah.
Looks like it started. Hey, that's me. Look at me flying the ship. See, you could never really do that in game, except for in this instance. Normally, I'd be way higher, right? Or I'd be way lower. This is
Way
weird.
lower, yeah.
I'm-
Could just hit page up or page down.
No. Oh. My page down. There it is. Flash. So wait, you could always do this? I don't think I...
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, you can adjust the position, the perspective of the view in third person.
So my page down is my reload button, right? So I changed my page down to the slash on the numpad key. So I never really like use it except for in when I'm like placing a foundation or something.
Mhm.
That's the only time I would actually use it. So all right, now I'm
Gotcha.
confused. Yeah, there we go.
So 4,000 hours in the game and didn't know how to page up and page down.
Oh, shut up.
That's why we do these challenges.
Dude, it's a nightmare though. Like yeah, like I'm so like what's the word? Like muscle memory when it comes to the building buttons, like the rotating buttons. But I couldn't tell you what they are right now. Like if I was to have to redo my keys, I wouldn't be able to tell you what button I use for what. Cuz they're weird buttons. It's like the N key you know, numpad keys and shit, but I'm so used to it with flipping blocks, right? Left-handed people have it bad, dude. Like, but then again, I don't know how you guys WASD. That shit's weird.
So they should build a video game made for left-handed play people, so all the right-handed people can complain about it. That's what you're saying.
There you go. That's good. This is great. It just needs to change the fuel tanks, I think, and that's a solid build, man. That is so cool. Like name a game where you have prefabricated ship assets. Like the game isn't like, you know, where you build, isn't it? Wouldn't it be like No Man's Sky, right? Like No Man's Sky. So you play No Man's Sky and you're like looking for ships and like, oh, that looks really cool. That looks really cool. But they all have certain functions, right? Like they're freighters or they're fighters or they're like that's what we're doing right now. You know what I mean? Like you look at these three right here. They couldn't be more different. But you know what I mean? Like each one of them has a place, and different people think different ones look really cool, and it's yeah, that's what's got me so excited about this whole project. Like it's just, you know, we're getting all these different concepts and looks, but they all kind of do the same thing. They're all starter CVs, you know. Good stuff. So pending certification for Akiva. Very, very good build. Our next build is by Klutzaruni. This is the Kai Pop Fizz. I do remember this. Can't forget a name like that. I mean, that's dedication, man. Literally recreating the legacy cockpit from the SVs.
Oh, nice, nice.
Got cannon and we have 15. Interstellar Rift. I have Interstellar Rift. I played 5 minutes of it. Unlock level 10. Wow. This is super inexpensive. 470 Nia. Like, you could pick this up off the ground. Look at this. Like, low numbers, man. There's, like, nothing over 450 other than iron.
Yeah, that's like super cheap.
Is the oxygen on XCal?
No. There you go.
We got O2.
Yes, we do.
So, warp. Field. So it's inexpensive mainly because it doesn't have a warp drive. Stop.
Now, did we said you had to have physical access to everything, or no?
It says make sure all utilities are manually accessible.
I mean, I guess it technically still is, but if you upgraded it with a large generator, you'd have to fly right past that to get to O2 and your food processor. Or at least food processor. It's kind of neat how the fridge is the base for the medical station. That actually looks kind of like it belongs. Then I guess the same thing would be true to get to your container controller. You'd have to go over the generator somehow.
What generator are you talking about? Are you talking about the fuel tanks?
No, I'm talking about the upgrade space where XCal's standing, where it says it's got room for a large generator.
Oh yeah. That would definitely make that inaccessible. But
Yeah, if you upgraded that, it would block off a lot of it because you wouldn't be able to actually go past here without frying. Really, I mean, I guess you could throw up a chunk. Well, no, because the constructor's right there.
I mean, you could still say that it meets the prefab brief. I mean,
What's the problem?
if they choose to upgrade, that's on them.
Not really a problem. We were just saying if you upgrade to where this large generator can go by the Wi-Fi, it kind of blocks off food processor and O2. We were just more spitballing.
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean like there's no access to the food processor?
If you put that generator in, kind of by where you were standing when you went AFK for a second,
Mm-hmm.
it would block off that food processor, or you'd have to fly right past it and get all heated up.
Well,
Right.
you're getting heated up standing on the fuel tank.
True.
Where's the fuel tank?
It's right here on the ground.
Right.
Okay, so I can actually access the food processor standing on top of this ammo controller. I can reach it past the O2.
Oh, can you? Okay.
Yep. Although you wouldn't be able to access the container controller back here manually once you stick a generator in it.
And I mean, the LCD says you may not need them, but
Well, I think in the brief we said, you know, equipment should be accessible manually or something. I don't necessarily mean the cargo. I'm not worried about the cargo. It's more like the food processor, the fridge, not the fridge even, but like the
Well, then-
O2 station, the armor locker.
I mean, technically it is all accessible now.
Yeah.
It's just if the player upgrades it, then it wouldn't be. So I don't think that's really an issue, because by the time the player figures out how to upgrade stuff, they've surely figured out the P menu.
Yeah, I mean, I can access the food processor by the O2 tank even.
Right.
So, yeah, it's fine.
you do when you get about halfway past the constructor. If that generator's in, you heat up pretty quick. So,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a warning or something.
Yeah.
Just me being picky.
I mean, is that generator gonna be required? Why is that generator being added?
It's not saying it's required. It said may be required.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whenever you put in a shield and all that other stuff in a warp drive, it might need it.
Oh, I gotcha. Is this thing filled up?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I do want to know what color that
Hold
is.
up.
So,
It's yellow.
What would you call this? It's like
It-
It's desert sand.
it's like
it's-
old school CRT monitor yellow.
Eggshell.
Yeah, there you go.
yeah, I can see eggshell.
Larkby brings up a good point. It's a valid point. I mean, you know, for a new player coming in, you know, they're not going to, you know, can you access the food processor? Yeah, but like, you know what I mean? It's not like very friendly access for a new player. They're gonna be like, I don't know what that is, but it doesn't look like I'm meant to reach it. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Maybe if you switch the O2 and the food processor, because then it'll look like, oh, I can just reach through the food processor to reach the O2, and it says O2 on it, so it makes it pretty easy to know what it does.
Yeah, I mean, even if you remove like the 2 passenger seats and put the O2 and the med on each side of that, actually I wonder if you would be able to access it then. Let me spawn another one and see.
Anybody who spawns this in is gonna go through our channel and see the video if they choose to watch the video.
Yeah, totally.
So I mean that the access to the food processor, they can see that they're gonna have these issues that they choose to spawn it in. I mean, I think by the letter of the brief, I think it's everything's accessible.
I would agree.
Okay.
I would almost even say if you took out like this one block where the core could go underneath the constructor and moved your Wi-Fi down, then you would have kind of a walkway around. That could be an option.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could also just easily move the food processor to where one of these passenger seats are. I don't know. I guess if you get really deep into it, it's more of a creative designer solution than anything. I don't know if it's technically accessible, right? So this is more of a bigger picture kind of decision, you know? I mean, is it, you know, where do we draw the line with that, you know? I mean, is it friendly to the new player? Is it not friendly to the new player when it comes to you know, I mean, obviously there's a big thing here that tells you everything and tells you how to upgrade everything. You know, there's certain things that I don't necessarily think require you to, you know, I'm okay with the logistics as far as cargo, like, you know, they need to learn that anyway, so I'm not too, you know, I don't think it's required to have to access every cargo, so I mean, that includes the fridge for me. So I don't know if the fridge is necessarily needs to be accessible. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? JT, what do you think? Does it need to be adjusted or?
By that standard, I mean, I would say kind of how you remove the passenger seats and put the O2 and all that. Keep the fridge where it's at, and then just put the food processor on top of it.
Right, but I mean, I don't want to make that decision for the builder. I'm just saying, do we say, hey, reevaluate the interior, make sure that, you know, all the vital things like the food processor, the O2, the medical, the shower, the armor locker, all need to be friendly, accessible to the player? Or are we okay with the fact that it is technically all accessible, but maybe not the most obvious for a new player?
I would say it's probably okay the way it is, but I would have him maybe add some info to the LCD, just to say that, because I know when I started, I tried to fly all over the place and I found everything I could, but I often died from radiation in the process. So, you know.
Yeah, because for a new player, right? It's like, hey, go make a hamburger in this ship. how are they going to do that? Where are they going to go to make a hamburger? They're going to be like, okay, it's one thing to say access the cargo from the logistics. So that's easy enough, right? You press F4 and there's the cargo. You can figure out how to go to the fridge. But to tell them for them to understand that they need to click on this and stock, it's not even set up to where the fridge is connected to the food processor. So they'd have to find the food processor somewhere in the device menu. Then they'd have to click on it, and see, it's not even.
And that's what I'm saying. I think maybe at least put the info in there if you don't rearrange the insides.
But they can go around back and get to the food processor. And they may be standing on a fuel tank to do it, get some radiation, but he also put a nice shower in there for them to clean that radiation off. So
that does make sense why the shower was right there front and center. I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with it. I would definitely say, me as a new player, it would have helped me out if I could have read a screen that kind of dumbed it down for me. But I'm not saying it's by any means not usable.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's such a minor thing. I mean, this is a 5-minute fix, I think, for anybody. It's just kind of readjusted a little bit to where it, can be. But then again, it might require real adjustment. I don't know. There's a lot of passenger seats, and I don't know if you need that many passenger seats stock.
Okay, so I'm still a little confused. What is the hang up with this one?
The food processor.
Which we can access just from standing here.
Yes.
It was more, would someone that had never played this realize that? And
I mean,
it's a klutz build, so I'm sure there was forethought put into this. So I don't know. Maybe we're just nitpicking.
So I mean, what do you think, Filbert? You think for the new player that's okay? You think that's?
I mean, I think that they can still move around the ship.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, maybe it's an issue once you upgrade stuff, but by the time you're to the point where you're throwing extra blocks in here, you're gonna know where everything is. But until that point, I mean, especially if you're in space, I mean, you're gonna be in your jetpack, you're gonna be floating around in here, you can get to everything you need to get to. I don't know. It seems kind of odd to have them change something like that when in its state as it sits, everything meets all of the criteria.
I know. I mean, and we've never really. I haven't yet been. I haven't yet had this issue with the CVs, because usually it's like everything you just be able to walk up to it and stuff. This is the first time where we're really kind of addressing this concern. But I mean, technically, yeah, you can see it.
it meets all Anvil Corp restrictions.
Okay.
As long as no one calls OSHA, I think it's good.
Yeah.
Presidente said, or they can drive up to the MRE and order one. Get your hamburgers at the MRE. I'm going to expect that food truck throughout the galaxy, XCal.
Also, they can also learn to use the P menu.
And that's what I meant by add that info into the LCD, is because as a new player, I had no clue about the P menu.
I could have sworn that one of the first missions tells you to use the P menu.
Yeah, I didn't do missions. That's my fault.
Yeah, you can't complain if you didn't do the missions.
I still haven't done the missions. Come on.
Oh yeah, when I was new, they had just added the Robinson protocol, so I did that first. So I did all the tutorial crap.
That's an interesting point.
To be fair, when I started playing this, when I downloaded it the first time, it was like when it was in early access 2 days on the workshop, and it was not anything what I thought it would be, so I didn't play it again for years.
Yeah, so when you upgrade this to an advanced, you can't pass.
Yeah, you have to be in space and jetpack across. Or, yeah. Install it a different way, but yeah, that is a good point.
But it's
So
a
to me,
starter
that's
CV.
right. To me, that would be more of an issue than the other
And as
thing.
long as things like that are, and that's what I'm getting at, if you put that info on like the LCD screen that was already there, I have nothing to gripe about. But I'm trying to think from the aspect of a brand new person just downloaded this on Steam. Let's go. and then you spend all your time getting these resources, and you're like, oh, what the hell, this doesn't work. And like Limus just said, you know, maybe just swap around the Wi-Fi and the food processor, and we're done.
Yeah, I don't know. I personally would like to see like this reorganized just a little bit better to where that food processor is like noticeable to a new player. But if we're going by the brief, then it's, you know, technically.
And that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Like, I agree with you, like 100%. Like, I would feng shui this thing, but it technically, does it meet the criteria?
It does technically, but then we're the ones creating the criteria, and if the overall idea of the catalog is for new players and it, you know, teaches us the game and it's friendly, then I think, you know, we could make exceptions in certain ways when it comes to things like this. You know what I mean? It doesn't always have to be a black line across. It could, you know what I mean?
Right.
So
I just don't want to be I just don't want to be unfair to the builder is all, I guess.
Oh no, totally. And I think Klutz would understand too. I think he understands probably what we're talking about here when it comes to that. Yeah, see, so that's doable. That's cool with that. But yeah, I think I would put this pending, boss man. It's good. Like, I'm totally fine with it. But if he's willing to make the small adjustments here in the inside to just make that food processor more accessible, and that'd be highly appreciated. I mean, honestly, if he put the food processor upside down like the fridge is and swap those two, it would solve everything.
So do we want to certify it and say, you know, give them an opportunity to fix it, or how do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's wait. Let's wait and see what he says. We don't have to certify it right now, but let's see what he says, and then we can make a decision based on his willingness.
Okay.
Or if he's not willing, then we can do it too. So I mean, it's totally up to him.
And honestly, like Limus said in the chat, if you flip-flop the Wi-Fi and the food processor, you'd be done.
Of course, then once you upgrade to an advanced constructor, you can no longer access the food processor. If you do that.
That's not true. I just did it.
No. If you rotate the generator or the advanced constructor the way you had it on its side.
Yeah.
Then you would block the center block there.
Alright, so that's a good one by Klutz.
Sunder said we need some Filbert feng shui.
I don't think that's a thing.
That's very much a thing, sir.
What do we have left here, boss man?
Yeah, you got Nanus down there, or Furious Sulfate 325 now. So it's down about 2 more on the sheet. And it's a review. It's a resubmission.
Oh, okay. You're able to spawn that?
Yes, I can spawn that.
Oh, what was the issue with the bullet? Was it just the block limit thing?
Bullet was the
like the one with the one with all the turrets.
Yeah, it just needed something to say in the thing of you know, exceeds vanilla block limit or something.
I don't think that was why though. It was something else.
No, it was the radiation whenever you went into the ship.
The LCD. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we need an LCD saying radiation because kids are going to fry themselves.
Okay, my bad. I just
They do that anyway, despite warning labels.
Oh, Lycan already resubmitted, so certified.
Certified.
Nice.
It's on top of it.
And real quick, I just want to throw out too, you know, like with Klutz's build, I'm just throwing out things that I remember from not that long ago when I was a brand new player that would have been amazing to kind of just hold your hand.
Yeah, and remember, guys, Project Prefab as a whole is a, you know, the project is to solve these issues for new players. It's to have concise builds that meet a certain ease of use and still have some really cool, you know, design choices and, you know, look really cool, but that they all have a certain standard of usability. They all check all these marks when it comes to oxygenation and ability to lift the cargo and upgradability and all these things. So, you know, we're in no way ever criticizing the look of any of these. But you know, as certifications go, we are making sure that it's concise and that it meets that point, because you know, if you refer somebody to the catalog and they choose whatever they choose, it has to work as intended, you know. And that's what we're also trying to establish here, because as I say, starter CV is the challenge. Us as a group and as a community has to address exactly what our standards are. We don't have a book that we're referring to when it comes to standards, so we're kind of writing this as we go as well, and we're deciding on things as we see them. The same way, if you build in creative, you don't know the flaws of your build until you take it into survival, and then right away you'll spot things, and you would never see them in creative. And that's kind of what we're doing now when we're certifying. We're also checking these boxes, you know, for the criteria as well. So it's a growing thing, and it's going to require the builder to go back and fix things, and that's okay. You know, as patches come, as things happen in the game itself, you guys are, when you submit to this, you're committing to making those adjustments to keep the build certified. So that's the bigger picture of this. It's not that you know, it's not a judge thing. It's a, you know, it's we're all trying to meet the same criteria, and we're all trying to build this catalog around the entire community. So it should always be in that spirit. So yeah, don't, you know, it's nothing to do with, you know, anything else other than that.
In a way, we're trying to make it easier on the new generation.
Yeah.
Learn from our mistakes.
So what was let me look here.
He added the tier 2 CPU extender.
Oh, that, okay. So with Ninu, it was that constructor thing, right?
Yeah.
With the constructor juggling thing that we were talking about that one stream. Yeah, that's cool.
And I'm pretty sure it already passed. I don't know why I'm filling it with elevator blocks. I'm pretty sure it already passed the lift test.
Yeah, we're good with all that. So cool. So we added that, and we're within CPU.
Well within.
And he's got a small constructor. Go ahead and build your next one up. Yeah, I think this is a great one.
The only things, and I'm going to be that guy again, the one little, like, I guess you could call it Sally port entry from the docking area into the main ship is not airtight, and then neither are the engineering areas. So maybe an LCD.
Wait, which?
So at the very, I guess you would call it the front of the ship where the docking arms are,
Uh-huh.
that little airlock right there isn't airtight.
Gotcha.
Because there's no ventilator and there's an airtight door. So maybe just remove that door. And then the engineering areas at the very back that have doors going into them are also not, they're airtight, but they don't have a ventilator.
Yeah, I think we talked about this. I think the only required oxygenated areas are like the common areas, like where you would do like construction and stuff. But mainly, it's just kind of the cockpit.
Oh, I know, and I'm just throwing out a recommendation or something. Maybe either pull out the airtight doors for non-airtight, or throw up an LCD or something. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Honestly, the easiest fix, and it'd probably make the ship a little bit, not recognizably cheaper, but cheaper, is just non-airtight doors. Everything else looks great. I'll be that guy.
Yeah, no, I'm looking here. I'm just verifying. So you come in, and then, so I'm okay with entrances like airlock, you know, because technically that's pretty immersive anyway, right? Like you go into an airlock, it's not oxygenated until you seal it, and then you pump O2 into it, right? And then you release to the.
The only reason I say that is because of the bench sitting there. Like, if somebody's gonna sit down and hang out, oxygen might be nice.
Well, maybe
That
they're
is
taking
true.
their boots off, you know.
Yeah, but
I'm just, I'm being that guy. Come on.
Taking their boots off.
You could fly around in space with somebody.
Gilbert's
sitting
like,
on
oh, we're rewriting things. Stop it. No, listen. This is fine. I think we're good.
I think it's good.
All the main area, everything's oxygenated that needs to be. I mean, getting in and out of the ship to get to oxygen, I think is fine. Now, if there was like a big area in the center that you had to walk through that wasn't oxygenated, then I would be like, okay, maybe that's a weird inconsistency. But
I'm if I'm being honest, I'm groaning not because of that, but because actually I think he's got a point.
okay,
If-
so what's
Wait,
the
what?
If yeah, I know JT, I'm agreeing with you.
point?
If
Uh-oh.
someone can sit on the bench, that's a potential problem if
Where's
it's
the
in an
bench?
area that's not oxygenated. At the front where the docking feet are, where you can dock to stuff. Because there's an O2 station, but then there's the bench. And
The
because
front.
that acts as a passenger seat, somebody could fly in there and they could technically asphyxiate while they're flying between places.
Okay, wait a minute. So I'm still not seeing where this place is. In
Where the
very
airlock
front?
Look
is.
at the nose.
Very
Look
front.
at the nose of the ship.
Right through that door. This is not an oxygenated room here with the bench in it. Not until
And
you
that's
use that
where-
door.
Well, that's where I say though, maybe take the inner door on the airlock and just change it to a non-airtight door, and you're good.
So you could have a passenger there and they would suffocate because there's no oxygen.
Well, maybe
Potentially.
they're alien. You're just assuming they're human. I mean,
I'm
maybe
just
they
saying
don't
that
need oxygen. I don't know.
JT had a good point. I'm just saying that's a valid point.
Apparently, I'm nitpicky today. Come on.
No, but I agree with you on that one.
It is.
And my
Would-
thing with like
yeah.
the engineering areas is there's doors to access it. So to me, I mean, if it is an airtight room, which it is, I added a ventilator and it oxygenated. Maybe throw in a non-airtight door so if someone wanted to upgrade while they were in space, they're not.
Okay, that one I disagree with.
And no, I'm just throwing out my 2 cents of kind of how I think when I'm building something. I'm not saying it's wrong or right.
Because for me, if those are upgradable areas for thrusters, those are targetable areas. If you blow out a thruster and you don't have an airlock seal between that room and the rest of your ship, you vent a huge portion of your ship instead of just a room
You're
that
right,
already
you're
doesn't
right.
have air.
Look,
So I think
if
that's
you're
more of
right.
a safety thing than a function thing.
That's
So
true.
you're saying if you remove the inner door and make a non-oxygenated inner door, you're saying that solves the problem. But yeah, I mean, if this door gets blown off, it kills all the
Right.
oxygen.
Or here we go, problem solved. Now I'm happy.
So
Yeah,
okay, so what
if
is
you
it
swap
about the
that
seat
for like
that
a
made
med
you?
station, because somebody could sit there,
Okay.
so somebody can
throw
ride there.
Throw a
Because
med
seats
station.
count as passenger seats. Benches
Because-
can be used as passenger seats.
Actually, that would be a great idea to take that bench out, throw a med station in, and you've got right at the front of your ship access to O2 and medical.
Or you could put a shower there. You could put any number of other things that can't be, ridden. Or
And
you
again,
could do
I'm
that.
just
That would be even
be
better
okay.
because then you keep the bench there. That's an easy fix.
and Nainu, don't think I'm like saying your build is not great because I love it, but I'm just offering advice and I don't know, nitpicking.
Right. I feel like if there's a place where a person can technically be a passenger, then that probably should be oxygenated. That I think he's got a point.
All right. I mean, I guess because it's an enclosed room and they are airtight doors, it is giving it's saying, hey, airtight room.
Right. Also, that's a perfect place for a passenger, especially if you're like raiding and stuff, because they're right there by the door. They can hop out, loot, hop back in. I mean, it's a great location for it.
Hmm.
So it probably should have oxygen.
And I still think certify it all day long.
That
I'm
hurts,
just
man. This was a
throwing out
reset, too.
ideas.
All right, Nainu, fix this.
No,
No, I
Honestly,
still say certified.
right. I don't think you can uncertify him for that.
Well, he wasn't certified, so he was
I know,
certified
but
pending
I think
this,
he
so.
is now. By all our standards, he is.
right.
I was just throwing out a suggestion.
Okay, fine. So certified.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But fix this.
No, he doesn't even have to fix it. I'm just throwing out a creative idea.
So you
But-
just wanted us to
He's
argue
in
for
chat.
15 minutes?
No.
We got to
This
make the
isn't-
stream last for some reason. Come on.
No, but we can't do that. So we've
He's-
identified a thing that we do need to add to the list of requirements for certification. It is true. I mean, so are we saying that passenger seats require oxygenation?
I would say yes to that.
So if you have a hatchback build that has some passenger seats outside for quick salvage of drones or whatever in space,
Okay.
and say guy has spacesuit and he's got oxygen, you know what I
If
mean? We
The
got-
seats are obviously outside,
yeah.
then that's a different story.
So
But this
if
is
it's
an
an airtight
enclosure.
room, okay. So if it's an
Right.
airtight room, it should have oxygenation.
Right. Because you
And
don't
I
want to
mean-
trap somebody into sitting in a place where they don't have oxygen.
He's
And I-
in the chat, and he said he's fixed it.
Awesome.
you go.
No, this isn't even about 9U. This is about future builds. This is
Yeah,
about
right,
what
right.
we're requiring. Like I said, we're writing this as we go. So we're all here. Let's make the decision now and say, you know, if it's a enclosed room with airtight doors, it requires oxygenation or ventilation.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I
And I mean,
I would say that if you have seats in there and you're planning on somebody sitting there, absolutely.
so I kind of agree with Garriman, except for like the thruster area, because you know what Filbert said makes sense. He said I would argue that the interior of a ship should never kill the player.
Yeah, but when Naomi Nagata had to go into the engineering room, and yeah,
I'm with you there. Like, there are certain parts of a ship that don't need oxygen.
yeah, I agree.
Just don't need it.
Engineering, I don't think needs oxygen.
But if somebody lives there or sits there for an extended period of time, it should have oxygen.
So
When
let's
she
say
was in the
this.
hallway, with no oxygen, there was no
Yeah.
benches.
Let's say this: if there's no oxygenation in a room, it has to have a warning label of some sort.
Okay,
I
I'm
would
good
say
with
at a
that.
minimum, yeah.
I'm good with that.
Because yeah, I don't think engineering. I don't think where you would go in to upgrade thrusters. Like, you know how Bullet has access to all his thruster rooms. I don't think all that has to be oxygenated. You know, but there should be maybe a warning at the door, and I'm pretty sure he has those warnings already, where it says no O2, Dawn suit.
Yeah,
you know, just stuff
I
like
think
that.
he did. No, yeah, and I agree with that. If nothing else, put, you know, I mean, granted, we all know there's a little symbol down at the bottom, but would a brand new player know that?
These guys got to learn. At some point, they got to learn too, right? I mean, we do have to. Yeah, I agree. There needs to be a sign. There's actually labels here. I don't think there's. Oh, wait a minute. Where's those other labels? Am I losing my mind? Wasn't there other labels? Extra labels, symbols. What are those? Are those something? Is that a?
LCDs, I think, is what you're thinking of.
I am thinking of LCDs. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a, what is it, a Sprite for LCDs?
Well, what is this other? What was this build called? The Mighty Dog. I mean, that's kind of what they did on their build. They have signs before the doors that lead into the engineering areas that say "Danger, no oxygen," and then they
Yeah.
have like the caution tape around it, so it's very obvious. That's a good practice, I think.
Yeah. I mean, if you look, I know there's one somewhere here.
Because these are prefabs, and they're for people who don't know how to play the game.
And you know, bear with us, guys. Like XCal said, we're kind of figuring this out as we go too.
I don't see any warning for no oxygen. Do I? What's this?
Bullet says it's purple background with exclamation mark.
And Darkheart, yes, I think we all kind of agree with let's not hold their hand forever. But for a brand new player just spawning a prefab in, it kind of needs to be no thought required, in my mind anyway.
Yeah, so let's not get picky about it, but I mean, some sign basically telling them that there's no air. It could be any way you want. You could do it as a LCD. You can do it, you know, as some kind of a warning danger sign, something. Now, this is only for spaces that are completely enclosed in the ship. You know, open hatchback stuff, obviously unoxygenated areas of the ship that, you know, have exposure outside. We're not talking about that. But yeah, definitely somewhere you're walking through to get to somewhere else, those kind of things. But otherwise, if it's enclosed, just put a warning in there. Say, you know, no oxygen. Easy as that. Yeah, but otherwise I'm good. So 90's already fixed it, so that is a grand certified for 99. Very cool ship. Very cool ship.
Lots of upgradability on it.
And thanks, guys. See, this is what I want to do, man. This is awesome because, like, the more we can figure these things out live on stream, the more, you know, I mean, the more input we're getting from the chat and everything. And this is how we want to address all these things as a community, not just as us four, because we could argue about shit all day.
I don't know if
There's
could
five
is
of
the
us.
word or will would be the word. No, I love it. And please guys, don't take me as just being that picky freaking jerk right now. I just, little things when I see them, if I don't bring them up, then it never gets noticed, you know?
No, but these are the things we need. That's what we need, man. I don't want people just, you know, looking at stuff and not mentioning it. We need to address all these things. for the future. Like you guys are the guinea pigs, man. Those that first submitted in these, you know, we're using your builds to basically write the catalog and how we want it to be, and you know, so in a year or two, when we've got, you know, new people that just started playing the game, and you know they're playing alpha release 10 point whatever, alpha beta full release whatever, yeah, that's it. I mean, we already wrote these things years ago, so that's what we want. What else we got, Bossman?
Is there like no sun on this planet? Like
Yeah.
seriously, I feel like it's been night forever.
Yeah, that's it for vanilla. There's a few reforged.
Do you want to hop over and do that?
Can we do that? Where were we last time?
On the
We're-
server.
Yeah.
We were on the
AVM
Evento.
Evento 2.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Good job on the vanilla, guys. Big hype. We did it. I'm gonna remember to put my stuff in a box. Actually, where am I on the server? Oh, I'm in a random hell
Yeah, we're at
planet.
a hell planet. Yeah.
Oh, shit. All right.
So it's sector AVM, and the planet was it Evento 1 or 2?
I believe it's in Evento 2
Yep, 2. I got it written down because my memory.
because Evento 1 is a PvP planet.
I think Evento 2 maybe as well.
Do we
One
have
of them's PvE, one of them's PvP.
do we have Buko in the chat or Pear? Oh wait, we got JT here. JT,
But gee, thanks.
what's
No, I don't ask.
Sorry, we want someone that's competent. Sorry.
Tell us about
That's
the
fair.
event tomorrow, man. You don't have to tell us what it is, but just announce the event so people know where to go, where to meet up, what time, all that good stuff.
Probably have somebody that is actually competent. No, let me double check before I throw anything out.
No problem. See, I mean, I was trying to save you, JT. Damn.
I appreciate it, and then I ran my mouth.
So wait, why are you guys ditching your backpacks?
I don't know, dude. Because
just-
shit just happens, dude.
Well, so last time we
Gee,
did this,
might be.
I threw everything in a box so I wouldn't lose it or mix it up with stuff I brought in. And then the platform the box was attached to got deleted. So
I don't know what
I'm
you're
just gonna
talking
keep my
about.
stuff on my person.
Dude, you have no idea. I've died in God mode before. Like, it happens.
that's a special skill.
Only you.
Yeah,
That
no, it
is a
happens,
special
man.
skill. Evento, yeah, it's Evento 2 is where we're going.
So yeah, the event for tomorrow, from what I understand it, what we're planning on doing is we want to kind of, in a way without lagging it out, populate the Anvil planet. So what we're going to be trying to do is basically place down a bunch of cores and build communities. The theory right now is it'll be factions, and you'll have a core and a certain kind of block limit area, and we'll give you kind of the stuff to build it. And we want to build up some villages on the Anvil planet. And we're setting it up so that it doesn't necessarily all have to be done on one stream. You can come back and add to as needed. It's just kind of, we're building the community, literally.
All right, right on. And this at 3 p.m. Eastern, but you gather a little early, maybe 2:30?
Yeah, I'm going to try and get out of work on time to get back here. If not, Buko and Pear are fully prepared for it.
Nice. Stan, that is the new auger SG that I'm testing, the high grav auger prototype that I was testing last night in the stream. What sector?
AVM.
AVM, yeah.
Well, I might have figured out how to drown while teleporting.
None of this got wiped either, so this is all still here from last time.
Hey.
That's nice.
Sweet.
You can thank Darkest for that.
Yeah, I don't think the Evento stuff is on a standard wipe schedule. It's got to be manually wiped.
Well, yeah, to a degree. Some of them actually, like I think the main PvP ones, if it's not something spawned in by the game, it wipes every day at the restart.
Warp over to nighttime here. Alright. Nice, so we already got everything we'd already done. What do we have on the table for today, boss man? Oh, let me look at the sheet here.
I used to think this platform was massive.
I know.
Jay Randall, build bigger.
Ooh, actually, do you have them already? Because I don't think I resubbed to these.
I do. I'm getting to the planet right now.
Yay. Boss man in a clutch.
We picked the right guy for that job.
Seriously.
No, he
God.
picked us, man. He picked us. Came to
Well,
me.
he kinda got-
much appreciated, man.
He kind of got voluntold when he let loose that he had Excel practice.
I was like, wait, what? Yes.
You know how to open it? You are hired, sir.
Well, XCal was worried because I was like, "Hey, I'll do it." And he's like, "No, no, you won't." No.
Oh, God.
But we very much do appreciate it, boss man, really, honestly.
Oh, it's not a problem. Okay, so the first
Saved all of us from having to do it.
Gotta find the spreadsheet now. Okay. The first one was Darkheart Gaming.
The Lacentia.
La Cynthia. So let me yeah. I said I had it. I thought I had it.
If you don't, I could easily go out real quick and sub to these. It's 3 of them, right?
Yeah, it's 3 of them. For some reason.
Let me grab them real quick. No problem.
I have necessarily extended our landing pad. I love it. We have too many builds almost to fit on this XL landing pad.
What is going on here?
Well, not the way Donk Parks. Probably got another 30 on there, man.
Well,
those are actually all parked really nicely, and I got that stupid big ship off there. So,
I'd give him like $250 as a valet tip.
hey,
Oh,
$250,
dude, I will fly
No,
up there
like
and park
25
and
cents.
That seems like a pretty small tip for a guy flying a spaceship.
Bro.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, obviously, if we have spaceships, our insurance is way better. Plus, everyone has a repair bay now, so insurance is kind of null and void.
Ninu, the EPB sent me if you could put it in the resubmission channel too, just for records, so Boss Man can get the right one. I would
Like,
greatly
hey.
appreciate it.
You're like 1 block off on your landing pad.
So I have the Licentia, but it's red.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna.
I found it. I
you
got
found
it.
Do
It
you
was
have the
the
other
data. It's the database. The database is super slow right now.
two? Oh, okay. Confirm you have the other 2 before I come back.
I'm
in?
gonna do that right now. Yeah. The other one's the X.
X cargo.
Yep, I got that one, and the other one is
The Star Raider.
Star Raider. Okay, let me look that up. I have the Star Raider.
So I'm just going to throw this out there for future reference that someone, where'd he go? Was it Viral? Somebody said Viral Gamer says he teaches Excel.
Oh.
Drive that school bus right over the top of him.
Whoa.
Or let me rephrase. Let me run that Anvil corrections bus right over the top of it.
Oh man. Yeah, no. I mean, that might be a cool stream though. Do you guys want to see a stream where Viral teaches me Excel?
That would be epic.
Do you want to see me rage? Like, I will rage, bro. I hate it, dude. Like, because I have to do my overtime sheet every month, and it's the most painful hour that I have to spend every month trying
Let
to.
me
Like, oh,
let me ask you this: do you count your overtime sheet as in Excel as overtime?
I do. Of course I do. But no, dude, like it's because like it's preset to like do the math for you when you put in the numbers, but sometimes it's wrong. So then I copy and paste the zeros to the other zeros to try to clean it up, and then I guess it messes up the equation, and I don't know how to fix it. So the math just does stupid stuff, and I have to go in there and like, and then I try to change the number and it won't change because it's constantly trying to do the math. Oh, bro, it's so annoying, man. It's so bad.
It's funny because I can like hear the inflection change in your voice. Like it's like
Oh.
hyping you up just talking about
Bro,
it.
one time, right? One time, because I was so pissed off, I actually took a screenshot of the Excel sheet, took it into Photoshop, and I like Photoshopped the numbers over it, like white out.
Oh, wait. You know how to use Photoshop better than Excel.
Oh, no, God mode Photoshop, but I suck. Like, I'm really good at Photoshop and After Effects and all that because I went to school for it, right? But no,
Here,
Excel,
I got
I'm a moron, dude.
I got a deal for you.
Absolute moron.
You send me your overtime sheet, and I'll do the Excel if you do all of my Photoshop work.
Dude, I didn't say I like to do Photoshop work. You've seen my stuff, right? I don't spend any time on it.
Hey, you know what? I did 3 new GIFs the
Oh.
other day in GIMP, and it took me almost 6 hours.
GIMP. Oh.
So, I'll tell you what, I'll have your overtime sheet done in 15 minutes, and I'll still put an hour on there.
Yeah.
I'm getting like half of this conversation.
Yeah. GIMP is like an alternative to Photoshop.
It's the free Photoshop, but it's way less user-friendly.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
But it also doesn't cost you like $1 million a month. Did you get it before it went to the monthly junk on there?
No. Well, yeah, I mean, I have a copy of the original one before, but the new one, you have to have the... But I'm only paying like $10 a month. I got some
is that
special.
it?
I got some
that might be
special
worth
rate,
it.
yeah.
I'm feeling like way underskilled right now.
Well, see,
Like-
this is what you got to do. You got to have Photoshop level ability now to put shit on the workshop, man. It's like it's ridiculous, dude. Jay's
I'll make you a
criticizing
map.
me. You know, you could do this screenshot with the fog, and you just do it at this angle, and it's really cool. And you should really work on your screenshot at XCal. Basically, it's Jay Randall's way of saying this looks like shit. Like, fix it. But he's so nice that he like.
In the nicest way possible.
Yeah, but like it was so bad
Get
that he
good.
felt he had to address it, but he still said it really, really nice. And I'm like, bro, like all I hear from him is this looks like shit. Your pictures suck, XCal.
And that's why there's a light him on fire thing.
Yeah.
It's called payback.
Indeed, GIMP is not bad, but it is really hard learning curve for.
It is GIMP, and I've got Photoshop too. And out of the two, I do prefer Photoshop. GIMP
Paint.
was just what I started learning on, so I kind of know it a little bit.
Paint 3D for the win.
Yeah,
There you
PaintShop
go.
Pro, Jask PaintShop Pro back in the day. My wife swears by Microsoft Picture It. She's like, "What happened to Microsoft Picture It?" I'm like, "The '90s? I don't know. What are you talking about?"
I say, I
It
think
doesn't
I saw
exist
that.
anymore.
Was it like maybe we can find a CD of like Windows 92 and get it going?
Yeah, it had this like cloud effect that she loved, and I'm like, you could do that in Photoshop. She's like, yeah, but it's not the same.
I'm
Anyway,
just gonna say Fever is my new favorite thing ever. So
yeah. Anyway, let's move forward here. So this is a resubmission by Darkheart Gaming.
It's faction public, so you're good to go.
Let's see here. The notes removed a few thrusters in the forward and aft areas, squeezed in turrets and gravity gen in large constructor, reduced size class by filling in unnecessary empty space and removing truss blocks, replace some internal blocks from steel to plastic.
Probably fill it back up and verify with since he did something with thrusters.
Yeah, what was the actual dink on the original?
I don't know, but I got a video of it.
Much of the critiques you guys had for this ship.
Hey, Donk, can you turn O2 on?
Okay, dude, it's on.
Sweet.
So, Bossman, I think that with the resubmissions... Well, never mind, because in the original you have the notes for what needs to change, right?
So on this one, I think it was like turrets or something.
Yeah, so I got it right here. It says CPU limit, needed 1 turret, preferably up top, need more generator.
Where's that on the sheet?
It's up top in the gray area.
Okay.
I didn't delete it. It's under Rin Dark Sparrow because that's how he submitted it originally.
No, I'm cool with it. As long as it's accessible on the sheet, we can refer to it when we're doing these those resubmits. Because we're not going to remember what was wrong with everything, so. Because in a resubmit, but I like what he did. I like that he told us what he changed. Because the state of the build, as far as we're concerned, is fine, except for one problem. But if he also took liberties to change things, now we have to relook. Because like you said, there could be an oxygen issue. There could be a heat issue somewhere because he squeezed things together. You know, new problems could produce that we would otherwise overlook if we assumed that nothing else was changed. So if you guys are doing these resubmissions, please put what you changed.
It's loaded.
Okay, so it was a lift issue, so we'll readdress the lift.
And again, I like the LCD saying this is what you can upgrade, this is what it's going to take to upgrade it. As a new player, having your handheld is nice, and then you slowly progress away from that and start doing your own thing. I like this build.
Where's Bridge?
Remember, it's asymmetric, so it's on the side.
Oh.
I was waiting for you to say something because I didn't know if you found it or not. So,
where's Bridge?
Ah! I think it was airtight before you moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it looks.
Yeah,
like,
it's all airtight. I love the asymmetry on that though.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'd also love to see how that thing moved with like drive thrusters in it. That would be a beast.
It lifts.
It does.
I mean,
Just for your
pack
wife's
a sandwich, but it lifts.
Just for your wife's info, Viral Gamer says he has a Windows 95 CD.
Dude, if my wife could have her old Gateway laptop with like Microsoft Picture It and like, you know, oh my god, it's ridiculous. Man. We used to make CD labels.
Oh my goodness. I was going through all my stuff in the garage from moving still, trying to kind of get rid of stuff that we hadn't opened. I found my CD binder from high school.
Nice.
It had like, what was it, Three Doors Down, or not Third Eye Blind and all that in it.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not getting rid of this.
I wish I had mine, man. It all when my storage got taken, like it was all in storage. Brutal, man. I had like 600-700 CDs.
That was the coolest thing ever. Was the Discman, where you could put that tape cassette into your tape player, listen to a CD. That was high tech. Now I don't even think twice about it. It pisses me off when my Bluetooth takes like 5 seconds to connect.
Oh, dude, I have a rant about that. Should we address that?
Trigger.
No, we're not gonna address that now. Bluetooth in cars sucks, though. I will say that. It's annoying.
Yeah, it is.
Because when I'm done with the call, and I had already paused the music before, I don't need the music after the call ends. Stop it. I had the music paused before I got a call. but it automatically will go to the next thing and it'll just start your music up again. And it's so embarrassing when you're in a drive-thru and like Ed Sheeran starts blasting and you're like, damn it. You know what I mean? Like it's like,
Limits, it has 14,000 ammo. It has 8,000 container. It has 104 input, 104,000 output for its cargo.
so that was the only issue, was the lift?
And the generator spiking when you were maneuvering, but they added a generator and
Yeah, it looks good
adjusted
now.
the thrust, so I think it passes.
Yeah, I think so. Great build.
Say it, Doc.
Certified.
Certified. I mean,
Until I can pronounce it, it's not certified though. I'm just kidding.
good job, Dark Heart. Big height. We got our next build by Moo Bear. This is the X-Cargo Tier 2. He removed block at entrance, removed shield, removed all but one container controller, verified lift at 1.1 G full. Is that the one that's actually here? The yeah, that's the micro.
Yep, the one on the corner of the pad. I just
Oh, you just
public
spawned
bid-
this? Oh,
yeah, I publicked it and factioned it. Or yeah, I did the stuff to it.
cool.
The stuff.
So he removed block at entrance. Move shield. So what are we looking at here? Where?
So the issues were that he had a CPU issue, removed the repair station for the Zascosium and Aerostrom. The entrance block was blocked with a pipe, and we said limit the cargo by removing all but 2 controllers.
Right. Okay. Cool. So he could just add the controllers as needed. But the extensions are still there.
Yes.
So where would the controllers go to? Does he have that?
Yeah,
labeled?
that's what I'm
Did you
wondering.
mark 'em?
I don't see any
Yeah,
labels.
there's no labels, but there's spots for them.
Where?
If you look at where the containers connect to the ship itself, there's a spot missing right there.
Internal or external?
External.
On all of them?
Looks like it so far. I don't know. I'm in God
Must be
mode
blind.
IV, so I can't.
Oh, it's a God mode thing.
What? No.
Confused.
I know that the old
Okay, I just
container
put an
stations were
elevator
right here in
blocks.
these white blocks.
I just put elevator blocks. If you look where these elevator blocks, you should be able to see that open. Oh no, there's no opening. I'm lying. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are we looking at the updated one?
Yeah, because in the old one there were container controllers. Here, I don't know if anybody can see this, but
The old one's sitting on the pad over here.
Yeah, it's still over
But
there.
if you
That's
look-
where I was looking through it. I didn't see anybody.
so I just marked these 4 as pink. I'm inside here by the fuel tanks underneath the warp drive. Those are where the container controllers were,
How do you
Okay.
get to them?
but yeah, there's no access to this.
I mean,
Wow.
if you moved the constructor and the ventilator, you could get to them.
Yeah, but that would only give you access to 4, and this thing I think originally had 12. Because there are more. There's 2 on either side of this generator. I believe there's some in back. Because yeah, I want to say it originally had 12. Because each of these arms is its own cargo extension.
Would you consider that a cargo controller is a utility?
No, I
So
think
this is an iffy thing, right? Because we don't require access to container controllers. We don't. But if it's an upgradability thing where the user needs to be able to upgrade the build in survival, you do need access to be able to perform that upgrade. You can't access it unless you're in God mode, or unless you if he had
Okay.
markings to remove the block from outside. It
Okay.
looks to me like that's where it is outside.
there were 11.
He does. I
container
think.
controllers in the old one.
What's up, Phil?
I think he does need some kind of marking, but technically you could just slap them on because all of the systems are exposed externally. It's just that there's no obvious spot where he would want you to put the controller.
Okay,
So,
so
Randy, you check if you remove one of the extensions and slap a container controller in, is it still the amount of cargo that he had in plan?
It should, because he replaced the container controller with an extension block.
But should we be judging this ship based on what it was or what it is now? For example, a player chooses to make a whole ship out of container extensions. We are not requiring that they have to have the controller. If
Yeah,
we have,
that's fair.
That's fair. Yeah, I think Bossman's right. If it has it or not, it doesn't really matter. It's just the shaping of it, you know?
When it to me it does if you say it has this much cargo or it's upgradable to this much cargo.
Yeah.
If it doesn't
Yeah.
say anything
Doesn't
about
say
that,
that.
then yeah, it's just a block.
Yeah, we would certify
Right.
it as saying it has one cargo system with 236,000 volume.
Now, as the builder, I would want to come back and say, hey, you know, wait, hang up. Let me put something in here saying delete one of these and throw in a controller, because the appeal of having 11 cargo controllers is awesome.
but I think when we discussed this last week, one of you guys pointed out the fact that even with that many and filled with elevators, the thrusters wouldn't even be able to manage to put that much up in the air.
Right.
Now, were the thrusters upgradable at all, or no?
Negative.
Not
I mean,
in
they're
an obvious
kind of
way.
the lift thrusters are kind of just on the outside of the container extension. So, other than just, I guess, the deco of the pipes, you could kind of, if you wanted to, heck, you could throw freaking drive thrusters on here.
Mm.
No, I mean, he didn't list that. That's
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
about that, but
I'll be done with whiskey and my 2 cents.
I mean, I think I'm okay with the point of it has the required cargo, as long as it doesn't advertise the upgradability. I'm okay with it. It would be nice as a functional thing, but then like you said, I mean, it can't handle that much cargo anyway.
right.
And there's no foreseeable upgrade options with the thrust, unless you like removed a lot of blocks and stuff and did it yourself. So I mean, I'm good with it. I think I get the stylistic choice of having the containers look with that nice shiny kind of thing. So I don't know if that was the intention. I don't think it was, because he had the cargo containers on there, but as we showed, it's not possible to lift with that. So I'm good with the state it's in. I'm okay.
I
with it.
agree.
I think we can go ahead and certify it.
Certified.
Certified. Good job, Uber. Very cool, dude. I'm in love with it too. Like it just,
It's a
yeah.
great looking ship.
Yeah, it's just like giving me like yeah. All right, our next one is Biviral Gamer, and this is the VGHI Star Raider.
A little behind. Hold on.
Oh, you're good, man. You're good.
And I gotta say, I like the pickaxe look of it too. The last one.
Yeah, it's like a more efficient looking pickaxe. Hey. Wow, Donk really can fly.
Nope. I was hoping you weren't watching that.
No, he's hovering right over the top of you.
Well, it's like
No, I'm not watching.
it's like Jay Randall, who doesn't know third person exists, and he's like flying. He's like, I can't see it. It's like third person. Jay. Like,
As he's in a secure cockpit with no windows. I think we should bring Jay Randall into these things.
Well, he's supposed to be here, but well, he's not supposed to be here. But I mean, he's welcome in here. He was
Well, I mean, it's
he was
like-
in here for the first one or the second one.
I mean, it's like a mandatory requirement.
Oh yeah. Could do that. You tell him.
All right.
So this one, I think all you wanted him to do was move the turrets to the top, but he did
That's-
some additional work.
Okay, so what else?
Oh.
What else did he do here?
He enclosed the hangar under the solar panels, moved the cannon's topside, added 4 lights, added HV ramp, adjusted the sensor area for the HV entry, added some information to the upgrade instructions, added 3 more 320K cargo controllers. So we'll have to weight test it.
Reweight test, definitely.
Overachiever. I like it. I liked this build. I really hope this one works out.
It's bi-directional too, so it's got like a mining
Yeah.
reverse. That's cool.
Well, and it's exactly. It's like that 258 that Jay Randall did. It's got use in all directions.
Oh no, wait, I'm an idiot. No, it doesn't have. That's the
Oh no,
front.
wait.
That's the front.
Yeah, I was
You're right.
confused.
I was
like,
looking at it wrong.
"What?"
Yeah, I was looking at it all wrong.
I do like the look of it though. It's a cool looking. It kind of reminds me of what is that? The Magpie.
Ah, okay.
In a way. I mean, just the overall stylings of it. Because I think everyone's done a Magpie refit.
I was working on oh, I need to make a big. Does anybody in the community have a really large green screen in game? Like, is
What do you
any?
mean in-game?
Well, a long time ago, I built this like big wall and platform that was all green, so that you could take pictures of the assets in game. So in Photoshop, you could remove them, and that's how I made some of the merch I made.
I bet we can
Right.
come up with one.
Want to make a Glass Shower Gang T-shirt?
I can't assist with that.
Yep, you're on your own.
Damn it. Okay, fine. All right, go ahead, Filbert. Let's let the adult talk.
Unless you include one multi-toilet shower. It's a military thing. It's got to happen.
All showers are toilets.
There you go. Okay, I'm in.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean?
It's fueled, and it has oxygen, and it has cargo.
All right, let's move on.
Oh, back to what we were doing.
Are we live?
Back to reality, guys.
Yeah. So, we're filled up.
It is.
We are filled up.
Still.
She flies.
How's the lift on it? Please be good.
5. I mean, it's lifting, so.
It is lifting. But didn't we say it had to be like half of the speed or something?
That's unloaded though.
Yeah, unloaded.
Okay. I will
You just
shut
have
up.
to physically lift with the cargo full.
Yeah, I mean,
Good.
it goes 30 at an angle, so we're fine. I mean, it does
Nice.
what it needs to do.
I really have high hopes for this because I like the blocking, the shape of the ship.
Really well.
And it does seem as though the hamsters have been brought back under the reign of Krellitz for the server thus far.
This reminds me of a really old piston build. I don't remember the name of it. I think it started with an M. But it was an SV. Yeah, I think we're good.
Certified.
Certified. Barrel rolls, what do you want? Oh, well, kind of. Up, yep.
And you're complaining about my flying. Come on, man.
This is high-end testing maneuvers, man. Messing around here.
Oh yeah, that's true. And I was just parking, so.
I have to submit a couple builds for this thing.
Yes, you do. So while I got you on the hook and we're in Reforged, I spawned a resubmit or a new submission for the SVs still.
Oh, let's do it. Yeah.
What were we using for the weight block on SVs?
Iron ingots.
Yeah.
Oh, ingots. Okay.
This is the first time sub?
No, this is from Moo Bear, but it got missed during the last
Oh,
streams.
okay. So this is a unlock level 7 CPU tier 1 or CPU, sorry. Yeah, 1 core, so no basic. 555 carbon. Has Gatling gun detector. Has a fridge.
looks really cool too. I like the way they did the wings and the gats.
And we're putting iron blocks in the ammo controller too?
No.
I've been throwing the actual ammo in the ammo.
Okay,
controller.
that makes more sense.
I got yelled at for putting iron blocks in like the fridge, which I do in game, but apparently not fair to others.
Can somebody else throw the ammo in there? I have some of that ammo in my like personal inventory. I don't want to mix them up.
Oh, look at you with the
Yeah, I got it.
anti-tank rifle. Look at this guy.
Hey, I put one up for sale if somebody wants to buy one.
I got 3 cheeseburgers.
Yeah, we don't have money, dude.
I put it up for a little more than that.
5. That's my final offer.
That doesn't sound good.
All right, ammo's full. It almost kind of gives me like a vibe of what was that? The shoot off of Phil Coulson in Avengers,
The
Agents of Shield. It kind of gives me like an Agents of Shield ship vibe. Why is it going backwards?
yeah, no.
Uh-oh.
This was a bad choice. There we go.
Water rescue!
We did it. We did it. Yeah. No, it needs needs a little more thrust. Where are we at here? We got the CPU for it. I mean, it needs a little bit more lift thrust. These are what, smalls?
Yeah, and it's not just you this time, XCal.
Yeah, there are 4 mediums on the bottom. I would think that would be enough, though. I mean, that's quite a bit of thrust.
Well, it's a lot of cargo.
Cargo though.
It's not a little amount of cargo. It's a decent amount of cargo. So.
Yeah, it's a 32K cargo on it.
Chat's asking why we're not testing with elevator blocks.
It has to be.
So yeah, right now the stats say it has negative 6.85 tons of cargo lift available.
Well, okay, so maybe elevator block. Try elevator blocks. Let me see that. But then we used iron for all the other ones.
Did we ever put the lab coats to work on this? Figuring out what was a good like happy medium for testing on all these.
But we need like a leader of the lab coats. We need to appoint somebody a lab coat liaison.
Not it.
Fred Hophead. Fred Hophead.
Hophead. He's a lab coat.
No.
Oh,
Gilbert.
I vote Garriman.
Or El Donk.
Yeah, put me.
Oh, what?
Right now with elevator blocks.
We're not doing Halloween. We're doing lab coats.
Alright, with elevator blocks, it flies just fine.
And I can say that to Donk because I'm on his level.
Yeah, I don't remember iron ingots being. What was that really what we used the last time?
I thought it was elevator blocks. I thought we used elevator blocks for everything, but I don't know.
I don't remember. I mean, I think
We didn't use elevator blocks. I'm pretty sure it was iron ingots.
I just got done watching all the videos. It was
Okay. So there's an obvious disconnect between the weights of these different things and what we should be doing, and I think it's still something that's worked in progress. But if I don't know, elevator blocks are supposed to represent an average cargo mixture of salvaging of whatever. You know, with a starter SV, it might be the Heidelberg. It might be like a CV, a stranded CV or whatever. It might be something like that, right? It might be some ore. It might be, whatever. But we need to redefine kind of what this testing weight is. Now, elevator blocks are lighter than iron ingots, so anything that achieved iron ingots before are gonna achieve elevator blocks, so that's not an issue. But then I feel bad to where maybe they could have added some more potential on their SVs if we were testing with elevator blocks. But then again, I don't think anybody knew what we were testing with anyway.
Well, and that's where we get into that weird realm of lab coats where it's weight versus volume and all that kind of stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe my idea with it was, what are you using a starter SV for? You're going to the moon, right? You're going to the moon. You're gathering some of those ores that you can't get on planet. So, I would assume you'd want to be able to carry that to and from the moon or something.
So then we should test it with titanium.
Platinum ore. I don't know, guys. I don't know what I wish there was a way we could just get this magical amount of something that would represent, a nice average.
Well, I think
On
we
the
should
plus
just
side,
do
though-
elevator
sorry.
blocks. Well, I think we should just do elevator blocks right across the board and just say this is what we're testing it with. It's up to you to, if you want to put something heavier in there, then that's up to the player. We can't constantly hold their hand.
Yeah, but if that's the thing. If the intention of the build is a starter SV, that's what you're using it for. You're using it to, you're gonna put stuff in the cargo. You're probably living out of it at that stage. So, but that could be a bunch of random stuff. It could be some sheets, it could be some sprouts, it could be, whatever. So that's what that elevator block represented back then. Farming for drone parts. Yeah, exactly. So I think that for now, boy, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I think since all the rest of them were certified with iron bricks, I mean, we have to kind of stick with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that is.
Either that, or we have to go back and recertify everything, change it.
Right. Well.
I mean, well, technically they would all work, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like they could have added more cargo.
Exactly. And that's where I feel a little, it's like people have these limits. So. And listen, there's places you could totally add more upward thrust. I mean, there's tons of small thrust spots that could be, you could remove these two things or not even remove them. You could put small thrust here and here, here and here, and you could totally get some more upward thrust going on this thing.
Well, I mean, maybe we actually all sit down and try and do some maths one of these evenings and go through all of the kind of parts and pieces in the game and see what weight versus volume is. Because, I mean, obviously, lighter stuff you're going to be able to fit a ton more of than you are heavier stuff. And the game kind of does all that for you, but, you know, along the lines if you can carry 50 iron ingots versus 500 freaking carbon kind of deal.
Yeah, we have an entire section of the Discord called Lab Coats, and honestly, like, I think that should be something that's handled by people that do that, you know what I mean?
Not really. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and honestly, you know, like you said, it's been a long time since y'all kind of came up with that happy medium of elevator blocks. Maybe, and honestly, even maybe put it on Revian or the devs and kind of, hey, you know, this is a big question that's coming.
Yeah, I think we have the ability to kind of set a standard. We just need to.
Because honestly, with like a starter SB, most of what I'm doing is salvage from a POI, or I'm going to the moon to get cobalt and maybe some sathium or something to get a CV in.
Yeah, so like 4 small, easily achieved. You could put those
Now,
in the front where those pipes are.
Did that keep it at the tier that it's in, or did that raise it up?
Oh no, it's still within CPU.
Nice.
Yeah, so just 4 small upward thrust, and this can get certified.
I mean, I say we use Voidium as the standard, but that's just me.
Did you have anything else, Bossman, or that was the only other one for Reforge?
There's another one over here. We've got a couple more. This one's from Alessia. It's the Hornet.
It's a resub or first time?
This is a It wasn't added to the first time, so
Okay, so this is a fresh look here.
Yep.
Got an ammo controller of 232. It's just got some small storage boxes, so not a lot of cargo. Did we have any cargo? Didn't we have like we have to have a certain amount of cargo?
I think it was 1,000. But I think that's easily achievable. So if they've got a controller underneath and you could just change some of that piping out to cargo extensions and you'd be done.
Hold on, so 250, 375.
It's about 600.
So what was the standard for the SVs again?
1,000 cargo.
That was it?
Yep. Oh, the ability to move in all directions.
Was it
I have
tier
it.
1,
Yeah,
tier 2?
I have it right here, yeah. So it was starter, unlock level 5-7, CPU tier 1-2, thrust in all directions, 1,000 cargo minimum, O2 station, O2 tank, oxygenation, ammo box, landing pad, make all utilities manually accessible, expose all thrusters, no warp or shield, spacing encouraged, no Z and E.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great. Just needs the cargo.
Well, I might have one for you, boss man.
Go ahead.
Just as a shameless last minute plug.
This, sir, is a miner.
It is. It's also an SV.
This, sir, is a miner.
Okay, I'll delete it.
It is miner. I mean, don't get me wrong though. Like, that's how we started. So technically, a miner as a starter is not out of the question for sure. But
No. Hold on. We certified miners already. That was within the scope of the thing.
the SVs,
Yeah, it's an
we
SV
had a
miner.
miner. We had an SV miner as a starter.
We had multiple SV miners.
Dude, I have no short-term memory.
Yeah.
I don't remember it either.
Seriously?
I don't either.
Yeah.
Oh
There was-
shit! All right.
There was the Vertex, the Labris that I had, and then
Oh, you're right. The one you had that had it had tons of cargo, right?
Yeah.
I remember that. Okay.
I have another one ready to spawn for Steel Dragon.
Always
I
professional.
wanna throw
All
this
right, I remember now.
stupid-
Certified. No, okay. Let's
No,
look
we
at
can't
it, JT.
certify just because it's JT. So
Now I have to really look at this. All right, let's look at this.
Please do.
See here, what do we got? You know, I'm gonna test the mining capability on this, right?
Go for it. And I built it so that you can add in the extra so that you can convert the manual miner or the augers to lasers at some point. As I say, fuel helps.
Oh no, it's got fuel, sir. It won't lift.
Something weird's going on here.
I mean, I put
Are the thrusters turned on?
It's got the iron in it.
I took the iron out. It still won't lift.
Something weird's happening.
you're in
here.
the Nat, not his ship.
Oh, what's this called? Oh, there we go. Oh.
Okay, needs more thrust. 10-4. Got it. That's why I bring these things in for this. Let's test them.
I think it's standard grab planet.
Oh.
Sounds...
I feel like ore should be the material, not ingots.
Well, to be fair though, I do have a constructor on here, so I mean, what I do is while I'm out working, I have it turn it into ingots. So if it can't lift it, then I need to make some changes.
All right, load it full of stuff. Crank the constructor on. Drill a hole. See if it pops a Jenny. Looks like it works.
No, it does good. Yeah, it just can't like fully
Good
load.
little miner.
I probably need to put a signal logic on there to drop to fold in the landing gears when you're in the cockpit or something though.
Yeah, it looks kind of weird.
What? Shouldn't they automatically go up?
No, because you're considered close to the ground, so it thinks it's still close to landing time.
Oh. Is that why you put them on the back on the auger?
Did what now?
On the auger, the little auger thing you have, the one landing gear is at the back.
Yeah.
I always wondered if that's why you. That would make sense.
Well, these landing gears, well, it's not a submarine, XCal.
I was gonna say, are we testing the?
It is right now,
our
'cause-
capabilities.
I put some copper ore in it to see if it was better, but it won't.
Oh man.
Subnautica. We're gonna finish Subnautica, guys. We did
I was
it.
gonna say,
Subnautica hype.
Now it's a boat.
There's like 2 people still mad at me because I didn't finish the Let's Play in Subnautica. They like message me every other day. They're like, "What the hell, man?"
So is it how full is it that it's having?
It's only
trouble?
half full of
Okay,
copper ore.
good. So I need to add some thrusters. Good.
I
Yeah.
don't think the weight thing is flawed. Why? I just think we need a different medium to test as the average.
Yeah, well, I just think we need to stick to one, one that actually makes sense, and that's why I want somebody like Wildfire or somebody that's just cranking out these sheets full of weird numbers. That's what I want. I want somebody that actually.
But okay,
Load it
so
with copper ore.
but see, to me, like iron is over. You're going to be over designing your SVs. Elevator blocks, you're going to be way under designing your CVs.
Mhm.
So it's like there needs to be something in between there that you can kind of use as a universal, like volume to weight balanced block, whatever that is.
Yeah,
Not
I mean, I think we need to
necessarily.
stay within the functional purpose of the build that we're pushing out there. So a starter SV, like I said, you're mainly gonna have ore in there. You're gonna have maybe some salvage in there sometimes. That's what you're gonna have. So we need to find an average for the function. A CV, you're gonna have your life in a starter CV, so it's gonna be
Well-
all of the above kind of stuff, But how do we test that? We need to find.
The
But even
elevator blocks have much lower weight per volume density than ore and ingots, so you're way overstressing your SVs and you're way understressing your CVs right now.
Oh no, I agree. I'm not.
That's what I'm saying. If you had
Yeah,
a universal
totally.
block that was balanced between the amount of volume it took up and the amount of weight it took up, it would be irrelevant what you were testing. You would always be testing one mass block as your universal unit to test against. It wouldn't matter what the purpose of the build was, because you're balancing the volume and the weight. That's the intent of the universal block.
Yeah, but if you're
I just
if
don't
you're
know
gonna
what block that is.
if you're gonna test an SV, you should test it for its purpose. A miner, we should be throwing maybe the heaviest ore in there, but maybe for a scout or a fighter, then we throw a bunch of ammo and arbitrary stuff like elevator blocks in that case, and maybe some ingots or whatever.
Yeah,
But
no, it's
when
true.
you're testing
Yeah.
a miner, you're gonna want to test it with the ore because that's what you're pulling out of the ground.
Well, yeah, a miner, that's very true. Like, that makes sense for a miner. But for everything else, I mean, you're going to have multi-roles, multi-functions. It's going to have all different kinds of random crap in it. It's going to vary from player to player what's in the cargo hold.
The starter stuff, yeah. But I mean, as we move along, like, we're going to have, like, a salvage or HV. And that thing needs to be able to maybe carry whole blocks. Maybe it needs to be able to carry, large things, like, that you're going to get off of bases. So,
I actually have one of those. It's kind of neat.
yeah, so I
Right.
think...
So
Chase-
again, for the specific role developed things like
Mhm.
salvagers and miners, obviously there are obvious answers to that, but
Right.
there's not for a general purpose everything else.
True. So the starters are a little unique in that, and I
Right.
agree. It'd be nice to find that average block that's gonna And I thought that was the elevator blocks, but maybe that's not the case anymore, or maybe it never was.
They just don't have a lot of weight for the amount of volume that they occupy.
Right.
Definitely not a starter, but salvage miner SV.
These
In
are
fact,
the
I think this one
multi-turret
has
things.
Yeah. This is one I built and threw its script to just kind of throw into his Wastelanders deal.
Serious thrust there, man.
Oh yeah, it moves. Like I said, in fact, I think it has quantums in it.
All right, so we need to employ an official lab coat director. If
Man,
anybody, go ahead.
I was gonna say the way you would do that would, and I can't believe I'm the one saying this, but you get a spreadsheet and you put all the blocks in there and all their masses and volumes, and you would average them, right? And then you would pick whatever block or item is closest to the average of everything, or
Not
at
it.
least of a selection.
Not it.
Yeah.
All right, so you lost me there, but we need
Either
somebody.
Gilbert or Garriman, maybe.
Yeah, listen, we have people that enjoy doing this and probably have already done it.
A
We need-
buildologist. Yes, that's
Yeah,
right,
I mean,
Laura.
I know he kind of plays like he doesn't, but I'm sorry for this in advance, but maybe Annie.
Yeah, I honestly, yes, there's lab coats that are admin already and everything, but I would like to see, I'd like to see somebody else brought into the fold that's a lab coat that doesn't necessarily have another
There you go.
job in the
Let me
community.
know. I'll put it out on LinkedIn, and we'll hire somebody. The salary will be $0 a year.
Yeah, maybe Matahari. So, I mean, we could figure this out, guys. I mean, this is achievable. So, let me know if anybody in the community that's a lab coat or not a lab coat, if you want to step up and become a lab coat. Let me know if you're willing to do this, if you're willing to find some of these mediums and, gauge exactly how we test these things in the future. And then we can go from there. Because, honestly, before we get too far into it, we've got about how many certified starter SVs do we have? Boss man, not that many,
You
right? Like
asking
10?
me off the cuff?
Just
Yeah.
like 10 or so, right? Like
What was the question again? Say that again.
starter SVs that are on the catalog currently.
Like 20 something probably.
Yeah. So what I'm assuming is whatever weight that we find for starter SV will likely be lighter than what we've already been testing for. So I'm not worried about anything falling out of certification, but I want future builds to have the correct weight to build for.
The CVs would be the ones that would potentially have
Right.
ones that might not if we up it.
Right. So we need to figure this out. We've already done 2 streams now with the CVs. A lot of them did pretty good. to
Well,
where-
okay, if we can agree on a selection of stuff, I'll do the Excel crap. I need to know what block set we're willing to take to average to get an average block from.
Yeah, I wasn't
Isn't it-
asking for somebody to do a spreadsheet. I was asking for somebody to find the blocks.
That's kind of how you would do it.
Okay.
I mean,
'Cause-
yeah.
well, I mean, that would be an
agree.
easy way to do it. You kind of have to put all the information in of mass and volume of all the different blocks and then average them.
Yeah. And I mean, I would say kind of keep it simple. Like either let's look at ingots, ores, and maybe 4 or 5, I guess we can call them completed items, either whether it be intermediate items or like elevator blocks kind of deal.
Right.
Because if you think about it, I mean, most of what's in, I would say 80% of all of our inventories is either an ore of some kind, an ingot of some kind, or a salvaged item of some kind.
I wonder.
Because see, this is what kind of frustrates me, right? Is we have a lot of numbers, right? And I'm not the guy to talk about numbers, but we've got all this information down here in overview. We've got cargo lift available.
Bet you
We've
it's
got
going to be different between Reforged and Vanilla too.
yeah, that's fine. We've got the weight. We've got the weight of the overall. We got the mass of the overall ship. Plus we have available. I mean, I don't know. I feel like these numbers mean something, and I feel like if we could find, obviously what you put in it is going to be different mass or whatever. But I don't know. It just seems like there should be some answer here already. Like,
Either
I don't
that,
get
or
why
we
this
just
is so
do
hard.
the keep it simple, stupid method and put the heaviest blocks we can find in to test them. Throw
No, that's
freaking combat
insane.
No,
steel.
because then that you're punishing the developer, or the designer.
CPU's never going to be achieved when you
Yep.
having to put drive thrusters on a starter.
No, it needs to be an averaged thing of some kind.
If you can lift block combat steel, you can dodge ball. I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing my advice out there for what it's worth, which is not.
So XCal, I've got 2 more ships here, and then I think we're done.
I do want to say though, all the builds we've looked at thus far, certified or not, have been pretty awesome.
This
So, the
miner
one-
thing is a
That is Steel Dragon's mole. He submitted that before, and he completely redid the whole thing.
Oh wow.
There is one minor issue. I did message him last night. He fixed it. He had actually a medical thing back here. He fixed that and brought it under level. However, when I spawned it in, it was red. It has too many drills on it.
that's
Really?
fine. That's a block limit thing. We already addressed that.
Yeah, but we're on our server right now.
How many drills can you have?
What?
Base? Because there's only 8 on. Oh no, there's what? 9, 8.
There's 8 on there now.
It was
But-
red?
It was red.
Then it's red for something else. My auger has 20 drills and it's not red.
Your auger's a CV though, right?
SV.
SV.
Oh,
Yeah, there's something
that's
else going on
odd.
here.
Because I took 2 of the drills off and it was fine.
Well, and see,
Maybe
when
it's
I
just
go
because
to-
it's mechanical.
when I save the blueprint and go to spawn it in now, it's not red at all.
Odd. That is way odd.
Yeah, it's saying I got freaking 20.
Fix it, Elion. Yeah, because I just alt plus O'd it and went to go spawn it in, and it showed white, so it's no problem on that front.
Wow, that's odd because mine is showing red still.
I wonder if that's like a, because you said you had his old one on there, right? I wonder if that's some kind of glitch in the database matrix.
No, he renamed it. He put the RE after it on this one.
Yeah,
That's odd.
I don't know why. Yeah, it's showing up white when I alt plus O to save it.
That's really odd. Well, that's how it's gonna go into into our thing anyways. I save them all, so.
Yeah, this thing won't lift with the ore in it.
Yeah, he didn't put a an LCD to say what its limits were or the upgradability or anything.
And it's got what, 6 mediums on the bottom?
It really wouldn't matter. I mean, you got to go by the front, which are the 4 mediums up front, because you're going to be drilling down. So.
All right, so Viral Gamer has offered to investigate and try to find something to do that. So Viral,
Thank you so much.
yeah. So Viral, if you want to do that, if you want to go into, so there's the lab coats category in the Discord now. So if you want to utilize those channels to discuss and put forth any kind of request or whatever from lab coats to be able to determine this, that'd be great if you guys could come up with something, and then kind of let us know, let Bossman know. Let Bossman know, because Bossman is officially in charge of the actual Anvil catalog and everything. So let's run everything through Bossman initially,
Yay.
and
And
we'll
Viral is
Thank you,
already a lab
boss.
coat. Just so
yeah. Oh no, that'd be awesome. But yeah,
Sweet.
this can't hold its weight or. So the miner thing is a little. It's interesting that, I mean, obviously with Reforge you can have a miner at level 7. So, but to me it's a unique build class. It's not. I wouldn't call it a starter SV, you know. But since we've already done them in, you know, in the previous ones, and since Bossman is one of the ones that we did, I can't.
No, but it is starter SV when it's a level 7, and that's the
Try
thing. Is,
listing off now.
Well, is it? I don't know. I mean, yeah.
I mean, look at the
It's a
materials.
starter minor. It's a starter minor.
That's upgrading the basic mediums to advanced.
Yeah, no, so totally. But stock, you know, see, this is what we
But again, look at the materials, and that's upgraded from what he just
And
did.
that's,
So.
that's still within CPUs. So
No,
I mean,
listen. So, like, the Augur SI was the first SV I had in season 3. I get it. I mean, it makes no sense to not have a starter SV minor in Reforged. It
Right.
makes no sense.
Well,
So
all
it's
I'm
kind of
doing
a.
for the builder, just throwing it out there. Hey, if you upgraded these basic to advanced, you're good, kind of deal.
But remember
my-
too, guys. Remember that minors have a whole different skill set to test. You know, a minor has to be able to reverse more than it needs to be able to go forward. To be honest, it needs to be able
Oh,
to
I
hold this
upgraded
position.
on those too.
It has to hold this position. So you got to test it differently than you would a standard starter SV.
Yep.
So it's got to be able to burrow. It's got to be, you know what I mean? Like it can't have any weird little flat blocks on the outside of it. It can't, you know, the landing gear. You know, a lot of those things have to be addressed in a minor.
Oh yeah.
So
For the record, is you may all think this is crazy, but my starter SV in Reforged is not a minor. So some people don't use.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
So
So
there are some of
Mine
us.
usually at least has mining capability, if nothing else, because that's ultimately what I care about in the beginning is getting resources.
Mine has nothing on it.
Yeah, my starter SV is my minor just because of the sheer amount of cargo it can hold.
Mhm.
Hey, XCal, I'm stealing your auger.
Okay, so this one over here, let me set it to
I just
public.
mean I'm stealing the blueprint. I
Oh,
like
this-
it.
Klutz.
Klutzeroonie?
Yeah,
Yep.
You didn't have to say. We know it's Klutz. Come on.
Fair,
I
that's
swear
fair.
we did this already. We didn't.
Oh, guess what
Uh-oh.
I just did?
Delete
Did it
it.
delete?
But didn't we already
Yeah.
do that? I swear we
No,
already did that.
yeah, we did. This is a resubmission.
Oh, okay.
This is the SOAR.
What is up with this window?
Where?
That's a
It's
Jay
just
Randall
here.
thing. He
Yeah, I
was
was gonna
showing
say,
off the new posters
Jay
and
Randall was
stuff.
here.
Yeah, I think
A
we were just
window with a
looking
bunch
at
of
the new
posters?
stuff. We were looking at the new stuff in the update
Okay,
a long
okay.
time ago.
This is
And
40.
apparently, whoever spawned this in, probably me, saved it as a blueprint, not realizing that was on there.
Oh, look at you.
Is this a Klutz SV?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How'd I guess?
So
Echo.
This
JT, you
is-
alright? You good,
Oh,
man? Okay.
this had lift issues, and I think it was slightly over on CPU.
no, I was just gonna go off on somebody if somebody else
Ah.
built a green and pink vehicle that wasn't Klutz.
So it is
That's
over on
kind of a-
CPU still.
Or no, I may have just updated that because I checked these right before I spawned them in.
Yeah, it's at 99% right now. And I mean, to me, if it's over CPU but it's still in that 100% bracket, I'm not gonna say anything about it.
No, we
99
already
isn't
established
100.
it. Yeah, we already established it.
Two
It's
different
gotta
numbers.
be it's gotta be within.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
to me
you
that
have that
that's
point
one of those
where-
things where if we have a standard, you got to stick to the standard because you're gonna make one other person change to get in the standard, and you're gonna let somebody else slide. Then it's no longer a standard.
So let me get. It has to not be read at all, even if it says 100%, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I would say it has to just say 100%.
Well, that's what I'm getting at because there's some that say 100%, but it's over CPU if you look at the numbers. So that's what I'm wondering.
So hold on. So this is a resub?
Yeah, it had cargo issues or
Well,
cargo and lift issues.
Now it has no cargo, so it doesn't have 1,000 cargo.
What?
Yeah. So it doesn't have 1,000 cargo, and it is over.
It had-
CPU.
It had
It has
4,000 before.
Yeah, it has no cargo at all, or no.
It hasn't-
controllers anyway.
It has a 4,000 volume ammo controller though.
That's what it was. He used ammo.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Well, here,
Gotcha. Yep, he's right.
Fill her up.
I'm working on it. Ah, you moved.
Alright.
It's alright. No worries.
So where are we at on the? Does it say 100% for CPU, or does it have to be completely in the white, no red?
It has to be CPU efficient 100%.
Okay,
Yeah, as long as it says 100%, I think we're alright.
perfect. Because I know you have that little gray area or whatever you want to call it there, where you can be, you know, a little bit over, and it's still going to say 100.
Okay. Load it up.
The negative. It's one of those lifty offy ones. But we require that you need to be able to lift thrust by itself to be able to be
Okay.
certified.
One way they could get around that would be to separate their cargo from their ammo. And just have, you know, like 1,000 of it dedicated to cargo. Then it would pass based on our criteria. 'Cause
But
you're only
honestly,
sticking
you don't
ammo.
need
otherwise.
4,000 ammo. If you just put an ammo box in here. Oh, but this is Reforged. Oh, but is there such thing as an ammo box anymore?
No, you'd have to separate them
No, yeah, it has
and use controller with just like an extension. Or
But even if you just used one CPU controller as ammo, 125 is enough to fill up.
But
the
it's-
cabins.
it still wouldn't make it based on if that was just a cargo controller.
Honestly, I think. Let me look.
It needs more lift.
I think if you upgraded the medium thrusters and maybe added one more, you might be alright.
I think we did this. I feel like we already did this. We put more
We-
thrust on it.
We
and
did
determined-
do this. We did.
Does
do
it have a
this.
basic
It said
extender, or
was-
is it
Because
just a
right
core?
now it's only at 518 kilograms of lift thrust available, or negative 518 for cargo lift available.
How
Yeah.
much cargo is in it? Well, let me look.
A bunch of iron ingots.
No. I mean, volume wise,
4880. 4880.
4.4, so almost 4.5, and that's what he had before. So
See if it'll lift
let
off
me-
now.
let me go to Discord and make sure I have the right one.
Try lifting off with it now. So just upgrading the lift thrust lets it lift off. But
said
then,
he-
then you'd have to add you'd have to add a basic extender maybe, because it's at 97%.
He said he revised to reduce cargo capacity and increase thrust. So let me download this one more time.
Alright.
Get in. Maybe I have the wrong one for some reason. I mean, it's not like I've seen very many of these builds.
Boss man, it's cool, man. I've lowered the expectations of the chat so much over the span of 2.5 years. Like, yeah, don't worry.
He lowered it
Glad
out
I
so much he let me join, so.
Right?
Glad I could help.
Right? No.
Keysword 2.1. So, what do I do here?
Yeah, Donk, you see the visibility now?
Oh yeah,
That's
that's
what I
much
did
better.
last night? Yeah, way better.
Is it still airtight even in the corners?
Oh, I think I checked that.
So yeah, upgrading the lift thrust and adding that basic extender brings it in CPU and lets it lift off. I mean, and this may be an old version or something he didn't change, but just being creative in the interim. Are you stuck, XCal? Oh no. Nice escape. I think you should build miners exclusively, because while I love the chisel and the chislet, and swore I'd never go from them, the chisel is, or the auger is my new favorite.
Nice.
Without having to be able to play all week, I'm still at number 6 thanks to it on dig doors.
Right on. Yeah, so it's still airtight though.
Oh, cool.
So at XCal, the version of the chisel you released on the workshop, what did you change much on it as far as the entrance or anything?
The chisel. Oh, I've never put the chisel in the
Or the auger, rather. The auger, I'm sorry.
Oh, which one? The C?
Mark, whatever it was, the one that you came by when we were salvaging that POI and showed us.
the CV one.
Yeah.
What did I do? What was the question?
What all did you change on it from the one I stole?
Oh, I don't think I changed that much, to be honest. I think I don't remember. I don't think I changed too much though. Just some texturing stuff and some cosmetic stuff. The one
here over by the window, I spawned in the one that I stole from you and made my entry fee.
Yeah. So I was gonna put an upward entrance, but I decided not to. Yeah, I don't think I changed anything else.
Because it's an awesome build.
I don't remember. Did you, Doc? Did you write down your little notepad what the problems with this SV miner were last night?
Which one?
Yes, I
This
did.
one that
Yeah.
this guy?
Yeah.
It was the windows which you fixed, the getting out and getting in, which I don't know if you fixed it or not.
Yeah, I fixed that.
You fixed it. Then CPU, but you fixed that too.
Yeah, I fixed it. I mean, this just has the extra thrust that it doesn't need on it. So.
I think that was it.
So how does this one do compared to your CV miner, XCal?
Well, it's an SV, so it could never do. But it's for like planetary.
Okay, have you tested on? I'm just wondering because I
Yeah.
like the.
We used
the
it
SV
last night.
concept.
Yeah, we used it last night. It did really good.
Pretty good. Nice.
Yeah.
Because I might try and bring one of these in.
Yeah. Boss man,
Not
is
gonna
this the
lie.
new one? Boss man here?
I'm talking in mute.
Oh, okay.
This is the one right off the resubmissions page. I just spawned it back in, but I think it's the same exact one.
Same.
There's a medium thruster up front, so I don't
Which
know.
one is it? Is the one closer to the window or farther away from the
It's
window?
the one the closest to the window.
Okay. That's a medium. So let's weight test and see here.
Oh,
Yeah, mediums on the back.
I'm still
Yeah.
getting your weight set here. All right. Oh,
Turn everything on.
I was gonna say, yeah, your thrusters are on. There you go.
Well, here you go.
That was weird. Why did it?
I don't know that this is the updated one, even though I did get it off the resub channel, so
I'm so confused though. Why? It holds its weight. It lifts up. No, it doesn't.
It lifted.
No, it didn't. I don't know. I think it was using the momentum of the forward thrust.
yeah, he tipped it forward a little bit.
Yeah, I
and
was gonna
went up.
say because
Oh, okay.
it's saying it has negative cargo lift available in both directions.
Yeah, it's not. He has to reduce that cargo. in
Well,
half.
hold on. We're at 1.14 G on this planet, though. That's
Yeah,
10. That's
not bad.
15% more. So, is that really?
I'm okay with that. I think it's a lot of cargo.
Yeah, but we're talking 15% more gravity. That's a considerable amount of more.
All right, we'll take 15% of the stuff in the box out.
Just that would be for 10% would be 440 something. So you would just put it at 4,000 basically. Cargo.
All right, hold up. Hold up.
It's actually 600 or something. So you'd go 3,800 in cargo.
Okay, close enough. Try that.
Yeah, it worked.
Now that raises a question with the other couple builds that we tested the weight on. Do we reduce the cargo on those 10%? See if they go?
Say again.
What about the other ones? Most of the other ones failed for weight too.
How's the CPU looking, XCal?
It's over. The weight for what? The CVs?
Well, the two SVs, we have the Gnat and the Hornet over here, and they both failed for weight.
Okay, well let's
Well,
let's make those
the
adjustments
Gnat-
for them then.
The Hornet failed because it doesn't have 1,000 cargo.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
is true. That is true. Yeah.
What
The
was the
Gnat,
other
I
one?
believe,
The,
the Gnat wouldn't lift the weight. Was the
Right.
issue.
well, let's do the same thing for the net. Is that the miter? Is that what we're talking about?
No, the
No.
Gnat's on the opposite corner, same side as the window.
Wasn't the
opposite
mole the
corner.
issue too, though?
The mole was an issue too. So
Let's,
I'll go ahead. I'll look at the Gnat.
That's
Oh,
I'm already
somebody's
in the
in the
Gnat. Yeah, I'm already
Okay.
in.
Where's the net? Where are you guys?
Same side as the window, opposite corner.
I'm still adjusting.
And the mole.
All right, Gnat is ready for a retest, reflight. See if it'll lift. Nope. All right.
Test
Oh,
them all.
Guys are making me use math. It's not cool.
that's that's
I mean, I
pretty.
think-
That's real close to 10% less right there on the mole.
And I think we can all agree SVs are just hard in general too.
Okay, so the mole lifts.
Does it go face
What
down?
about
Oh
forward?
wait,
'Cause
wait,
it
no,
lifted
no.
before.
You can't use that mole. I'm sorry, because we upgraded the thrust on it.
Oh, yeah, spawn a new
Oh my
one.
gosh.
Yeah, I did the front thrust and lift thrust.
Oh,
Well, let me do the.
Spawn a new one.
It's not red anymore.
that is
That's
so
funny.
weird.
That is so funny. Let me
Just Empyrean things.
faction this.
You
Let's
might
see.
check XCal. Steel's asking to get pulled into voice.
Okay, so this is faction now.
Does it matter? So let me ask this: does it matter what the weight of the player's inventory is?
Negative.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Because I've been flying around and I got a ton of iron ingots on me.
Well, and I know too, like if you put it in your connected container inventory, it's a little glitch that you can use and all that. So I just figured I'd ask.
What's the
Let me find out. So this one has. Come on. Looking now.
So as you get going, guys, y'all have fun.
Alright, bro.
Oh yeah, take it easy, man.
Catch you later, man.
See you, Dom.
Take it easy.
So 3250 copper ore.
3250.
Correct.
Alright, it's in. All thrust is on.
No bueno.
I think, you know, if he was to put an LCD back there and basically say capacity is limited until thrust is upgraded or something like that, kind of like I did with mine.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's
the problem is it's a minor.
Well,
So
it's the
a
same
minor-
thing scripted too.
But it wasn't a minor. This is a minor. So its sole purpose is to go, well, not sole purpose, but its main functional purpose is to burrow into the planet and reverse back out with
Right,
ore.
and if the player knows up front when they spawn it in that it's limited to 50% of that capacity or whatever that percentage is, they
Yeah.
know that they're not going to get out of a hole. I mean, it's the argument that you had with
Yeah,
mine as well, which was basically you don't want to redo the whole ship and add containers later.
You're right. You're right. So yeah, if you put some kind of a label or notification saying that, you know, only fill at 50% stock until you upgrade the thrusters.
Right. I mean, because a miner this early in the game is very, very powerful.
But see,
Also-
this is kind of the thing. It's a little, now that I think of it, testing miners is a much different thing. Because if we say, you know, at 50%, it'll lift, which it probably will. I'm sure it will. But now we have to test if at 100% with upgraded thrusters, if it's going to lift all that. So we kind of have to double test a lot of these miners if they're upgradable.
Also,
Because-
where'd you come up with copper as the ore of choice?
Isn't that the heaviest?
Heaviest
Of
by
the
volume.
of the base 3, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's a different animal, right? It's a starter.
Mhm.
You know, we're calling it a starter, but it's a minor.
So steel, the gravity on the planet we're on is 0.64 Gs.
That's why we reduced the amount of cargo that was in it. We didn't fill it
Uh-oh.
up. It's at
Yeah, but he
85%.
said he tested it on a 1G planet, so I mean, if we're less than 1G, it should
Wait a
live.
minute.
So
Wait, no,
I
no,
wonder
no.
what's.
Did I screw that up then? No, the gravity on the planet we're on is 1.14.
Mhm.
Oh, it is okay. I was looking at the space map for some reason. Yeah, 1.14.
Right.
Why is that different? That's
Also,
weird.
why copper ore when we're using iron ingots? Because copper ingots weigh more than iron ingots. Copper ore
Because-
weighs more than iron ore.
Because a miner's going to get ore.
I
Any-
get that. What I'm
All
saying is
ore is
why
heavier.
Okay, so
wouldn't
you
we
wanna
also
do iron
use? Why also wouldn't we then use copper ingots, not iron ingots? Because
Alright,
copper
let's
ingots
do-
are heavier.
Let's do iron
So
ore.
Steel's
Because-
saying he tested on a 1G planet. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe did we do the math right on
This is why we reduced the cargo,
lower
because
the
we're on a
cargo.
slightly higher.
Right, that's why it was
lower- yeah.
3250. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is you're using copper ore, but you're using iron ingots. Shouldn't you use
I'm doing
iron
that now.
ore?
I'm doing that now. Hold on.
Not
Well,
that it's gonna make a huge difference, but I mean, just saying.
well, and this is where I disagree. Is it's just that you're not going to pull any type of ingot out of the ground with a miner. It's
Well,
going to
does
be
this have-
ore.
So let me ask: does this have a constructor on it?
No.
Then it will solely pretty much be ores, correct?
So then
Correct.
it's not really a starter CV, or a starter SV.
Well, I mean,
It's
most
just
of
a mining SV.
Yeah, exactly. So I
At a
mean,
level 7, though?
No, that's irrelevant. its only role then is as a mining SV. That's what it's for. That's
and
its
maybe
only
a
purpose.
runabout. So yeah, I mean, if we're
Well-
testing with ingots and it has no constructor, rarely
So
are you
it's-
going to pack a POI with a.
It may, in the Venn diagram, it's going to overlap a bit with a lot of these other ships, but it fills a different role in a different slot than a starter SV. It's a mining SV.
Oh, well,
So-
what do you classify as a starter SV then?
What the rest of these are.
Well,
And,
so
and how do you define that? That's the
Viral
question.
Gamer does kind of make a good point. He said 100 tons of feathers is the same as 100 tons of iron. So you run into the volume versus weight thing, and then we're back in lab coat territory.
Hold on a second.
Wait. So that argument with the 100 feathers, and no, that's not the case. That's
Well,
the
I
problem.
mean,
Like I could put 2 combat steel blocks in here, and it's not gonna lift off the ground versus me putting, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Well,
because you're
but
dealing with
he's
volume
right,
too.
because the weight is the same no matter what you put in there. If it's 100 tons of this versus 100 tons of that, but the volume is the problem. So I mean, if you limit it to the containers, it can only live, I don't know, freaking 10K of volume versus 32K of volume, or 32 whatever volume.
Well, we're not worried about volume, right? Well, I don't know.
Well, but volume and weight kind of coincide, because if you think about it, if you look at, like, say, voidium, you can carry 6 voidium in a 320K container versus 500 freaking million xenoblocks,
Right.
And yeah, boss man, I just went back and read the brief, and you're right. I mean, based on the way it's written, yeah, that fits the criteria.
Tell
So
me.
even though it is a minor, it still is within all the prefab brief criteria. So yeah, I mean, the way it's written, that's also a starter SV.
Right, and the way
Nothing about roles was really mentioned. So
right, the way
Yeah.
the way that Steele's is, he's got defensive capabilities with GATs on there. He's got an ammo box. I mean, it's really a cargo ship that does mining.
So
Well,
how
it
do we
doesn't
look
have
at?
exposed utilities? That would be the only thing that he needs to change. You can't directly access manually the fuel or the oxygen.
Okay, so
No,
let's
requirement.
address one thing at a time, real quick. The argument about the weight thing. Viral saying let's only worry about weight and not volume.
No,
So-
but that's an issue.
Okay.
How much weight?
It's an issue not because of the volume of the items.
Mhm.
It's an issue because of the volume of the cargo capacity. If I have 8,000 volume cargo capacity,
Right.
you can stick certain amounts of certain items in there, and you're going to be able to put in different amounts of weight based on what the item is you're using to measure as a standard. That's why we need a standard item.
So there's no okay. So our issue is that the game allows you to put infinite mass as long as the volume is still within the volume of the cargo.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Volume is
our
the limiting
issue
factor.
is that we're trying to find a block that limits the mass by having only a certain amount of volume. I.e.
Well,
the elevator
I
block.
It's just
whatever.
a standardized
Right.
unit of measure, really.
If we could
And what-
limit the mass of a build, that would be amazing. Like if we could just say this thing can only carry 40 tons and that's it, and then stop putting stuff in it. That would
So-
be great.
Right.
Steele
you
just
can do
said in the chat, let's look at the LCDs. I just turned them on, and it might have some of that in it.
Ah, yes. There might be LCD.
There are. I just turned them on. I'm reading them.
So,
They're
yeah.
backed by the ammo controller or the harvest controller.
Do not go below 90% CPU before adding CPU upgrade.
Oh, yeah, that makes big sense then.
Problemo solved it.
Yeah,
What's that? What am I missing?
I'm
maybe
just saying.
we should.
It kind of gives, hey, here's your trade-off. You can go to this level of CPU before you start seeing performance issues.
Let me see.
Ultimately, I mean, it's going to be impossible to come up with, hey, this is exactly what this ship's ever going to carry. Because I'm the guy that puts freaking ingots in my fridge, but the next guy might be the guy that only puts freaking, mushrooms in his fridge. So, I I mean, I think ultimately we need to get to the lab coats to have them find a happy medium, and that's what we use. End of story, kind of thing.
So on Steele's drill here, now that I'm reading these, there's nothing in there that limits the cargo capacity. There's nothing in there that
No, there's
says
not.
you can't go, whatever. And then the other thing I would do is save the blueprint with this on, obviously.
Right. But again, so then the only other thing that I see would be that fuel and O2 are not manually accessible, which was a requirement.
So understand one thing too is when I said starter SVs, it was a complete oversight on my part that miners would be included in that. Honestly, I didn't even build the Auger SI until I realized you could have drills on a unlock level 7 SV, and I was like, oh shit, that's cool. I could make a auger for that. But yeah, honestly, like I didn't realize that when I initially did the thing. So I didn't think this was going to be something we'd have to address as miners, because miners are by far the most complex build you can do in this game. There's so many parameters, there's so many little intricate things about it. There's, the ability to burrow, there's the reversing, there's the forward, there's cargo capacity, there's so many things that are involved in this, where you take it. If you're on a hell planet and you have a outward cockpit, you could never get out of that ship when you're on the planet, otherwise you'll die. So there's a lot of those little things like that have to be taken into account, that have to be tested way further than a starter SV would be tested. So it's, but now that they're here, I don't know what we do about it. We've already had 2. Do we move those over to a minor category, or do we keep them as starter SVs? Because this is only a reforged issue too. This isn't a vanilla issue. This is purely a reforged thing. I think a starter minor is a thing. I think obviously that's a path you can do, but how do we test starter miners differently than we would test minor miners? We wouldn't, right? I don't know. I mean, it's a variable I didn't consider until it was too late, I guess.
It's not something that you're gonna want to have a thing I don't know, a month to dedicate to, because then you'll just get 20 flying bricks like what you've seen so far. All 3 of the miners that we've had right now have all been this shape, because that's what works in a hole.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the looks of it. I'm worried about the function of it. But...
So I mean, maybe we do a starter minor SV thing.
That's what I'm saying. Then you get 20 of these.
Yeah,
ships.
then it's just going to be going through a whole bunch of builds that are all essentially the same.
Well, and the difference is you're giving up CPU for a minor versus a normal starter SV where, hey, I'm just flying around. I might hit some basic POIs and throw my loot in it. So I mean, it's one of those gray areas of, do you?
I think that
if it doesn't meet it, and you move it to another. I don't know.
I think that what you would do is the way that Bossman's got it set up in the channel, where he gives a description of the ship, starter vessel or whatever, like they have in the actual prefabs in the game, in brackets, you would put starter minor instead of just starter.
Well,
you just add the extra word if it has minor, if it's got mining functionality. You don't do a whole other challenge. If you're going to do a mining challenge, that's fine. But, I mean, I think that you just add the description.
With the criteria that was set up for a starter SV, does it meet that or no? If no, then maybe we look at it in a different category.
I'm not worried about it meeting the criteria. Yes, you could say that for a lot of different things, right? There could be other specialized builds that would still be in the category of a starter SV, right? I mean, there's, you know what I mean? That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the testing of it. The requirements are different for an SV minor. If I was to just say, these are the requirements of this thing because it's a starter SV and it's good, but then if they spawn this thing in and they try to mine with it and it doesn't reverse out of the hole, or it doesn't even make a hole. I'm not talking about Steel Dragon specifically. I'm just saying any SV miner. There's a lot more that has to be taken into account for an SV miner to work properly. And if we're not even going to test that, but we're going to put it in the catalog as something that works, then that's a problem. We have to test it as a miner.
Not to
and
steal.
That's what I'm saying is if it fits into that starter SV category, whether it's a minor or whatever, it needs to meet the criteria of that category, meaning it meets the 50% thrust in all directions, the volume, weights, all that kind of the cargo, etc. And if it doesn't, well, okay, it doesn't mean it's not a good build. It just means maybe, okay, we do a starter or an SV minor category or something.
And we are, but no, what you're saying is that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that's the absolute minimum requirements of a minor is what you just said a starter SVs for. 50% of a cargo, blah, 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 those things. A minor has to be able to lift its weight reverse upwards at a 45 angle, at a upward, like every angle it has to be able to lift that ore at maximum capacity. So it's, and then it also has to be able to not have a bunch of outer blocks and stuff blocking it from being a burrower. If it's not a burrower, if it's like a top down, it has to be specified. There's a lot of different things that have to be taken into account for a minor, and there's no way that we could certify it as a starter SV if it's not tested for those things, because if somebody's going to spawn in a minor as a starter SV, they're going to mine with it. You know what I mean? So we can't just go like, oh yeah, it'll go to the moon and back, it's fine. If it can't mine, then they're going to be pissed off. So these have to be tested differently.
And I mean, ultimately, aside from the other issues, like what was said, you know, there's no direct access to O2. There's no, I mean, there's other issues with this. And I mean, ultimately, it's a great build, but if it's not going to lift what we think it should lift, then it's not going to happen, kind of deal. Because ultimately, yeah, I mean, a great starter SV, but if you don't use the drills, then it's a great one. If you do, then So yeah, I mean, it needs to meet the basic criteria, and if it doesn't, you know, then reduce the cargo or figure something out, kind of deal.
Okay, so chat's going nuts here. So guys, we're not talking about a fail or unfail with this based on the planet we're on. We realize we're at a higher G planet. That's not the issue here. The issue is our miners starter SVs as far as the catalog is concerned, and I'm leaning towards no. I think that they need to have their own category in that we're going to be testing these things differently. So, you know, yes, mechanical drills are available on Reforged at Unlock Level 7 today. In 6 months, if Vermilion decides to do something else with it, or whatever, all of a sudden, this isn't available, and these things get removed from starter SVs completely, or different things happen with the drills or the thrust or whatever, and all of a sudden, this really complex build in the starter SV category doesn't work. So I feel like miners as a whole need to be completely in their own category and tested way more rigorously than a starter SV would be tested. So my issue here is that this actually needs to be in a separate category, not a starter SV category. So the testing of it, the upgradability, I'm not saying that there's any issues with it. I'm not saying that it can't even, I'm sure it works fine based on how you tested it. I'm sure if I went to a starter planet, it would test fine. My thing is, I don't think that this is something that we need to be testing for starter SVs. I will say that was an oversight for me, not realizing that mechanical drills were unlock level 7 when I set that limit to starter SVs. So that is an oversight. And listen, we did certify previous builds in this category, and now that we're having this long discussion about it, I'm realizing that was probably a mistake, because not only now, but down the line, those are going to be a real issue to maintain certification within this category. It's just going to get more and more complicated for Bossman. So even if he has a horse in the race here with his build, I think it would be served better in its own category. What do you guys think?
And let's face it, I mean, ultimately what we're trying to do here is give brand new players to the game the best chance of coming in and not having to struggle and saying, screw this, I'm out, and giving them something that works kind of no matter what they're exposed to, until they can get their head wrapped around everything and realize, okay, I can build this, I can do that. We're ultimately trying to give starter players the best product that we can for their money, if you get it.
Okay, so let me hear
from Bossman and Filbert on this.
So my take is on this: mining by hand sucks. I'm gonna get to a miner as quickly as possible and forego every other SV until I get that miner in, period.
That's just the way I feel about it. So that to me is my starter SV. If you look at the materials right now, it's probably less than some of these other starter SVs that we've gotten in so far. So whether or not it's a starter SV, I mean, ultimately that's going to be for you to decide. I mean, I don't want to say, oh yeah, this is the way you should go, because obviously, like you said, I have a horse in the game here. Either way, if I take it out of the workshop, if steels isn't allowed in the workshop, mine shouldn't be allowed in the workshop either. And the other miners should not be allowed in the workshop either. And I don't have a problem with that. It's just when I go to play the game, I won't be using any of those other ships. I'm going for a miner first.
No, so let me stop you there. Catalog, not workshop, but but no, beyond that, right? What I'm saying is, what's to stop us from having a starter SV miner category? I don't have a problem with having a category specifically for starter SVs. I use the starter SV miner in my playthrough. I understand that makes more sense to me in my gameplay than it does to have a regular starter SV. I'm not having an argument when it comes to that. All I'm saying is it needs to be in its own category. So let's have a starter SV category. Let's have a endgame SV miner category. We can have all the categories we need. It's just we need to test them differently.
Okay, so instead of having a billion categories, let's take a step back. The things in the prefab challenge, project prefab challenge, are not builds that any of us are going to use. These are builds that aren't built for people who know how to play the game.
Oh,
they're built for people who are new. If I'm coming into this and I've got, 1,000 hours, I'm not going to pull something out of Project Prefab that's built to a specific criteria designed around somebody who doesn't know anything about the game. I'm going to build something where I don't have exposed fuel and oxygen, where I don't have, unshielded starter CVs, where I don't have all of these things that were meant to be around the criteria of people who don't know how to access these certain materials or don't know how to access certain, aspects of a build. They don't know how to put fuel and oxygen into a build. I mean, we're building these for people who are new to the game. That's the whole idea of a prefab. It's for somebody who doesn't know how to build themselves or doesn't know how the systems work.
I'm gonna date myself. I play with an Xbox controller, so having access to that kind of stuff and being able to walk over and click B or A on my controller is awesome. I don't have to use the keyboard. I use the keyboard very rarely.
Wait, what? You just blew my
Hold
mind.
up. You can play this game with an Xbox controller?
Yes, I do all day long.
Everyone quits right now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So
let me just say this, guys. Let me say this real quick, because we are kind of going in circles here. And I think the only issue we're having here is we need to look at the bigger picture. We're building an entire catalog of builds. So just because we're saying that the SV miner does not fit into the starter SV category does not mean that we can't have another category for starter SV miners. I'm fine with having a bunch of categories. I don't think that's an issue. I think that, in Reforged Eden, there's a real place for starter SV miners. Now, to the point before where you were saying we're just going to get a bunch of the same things that look slightly different, I'm okay with that too, because there's a lot that goes into building a miner than its blocky shape. There's positioning, there's a lot of things that happen with HV miners, SV miners, and we can look at all that and test them and give people a selection. That's fine with me. My issue, it could be a subcategory of this category. It just has to be tested separately. And as we recertify and we look at these down the road, things that are affected by miners will affect only 3 or 4 of these that happen to be in this category. That's going to be confusing. Let's give it its own category or subcategory and go from there. I don't think that's a big deal.
Every one of those in the chat. I'm sorry, every one of those in the chat have a subcategory. When I looked at them, I said, oh yeah, this is a scout or a light scout or a light fighter, and these ones were classified as drilled. So they do have a subcategory, or I tried to best guess their purpose. I mean, you look at Scripps, and I called his, a transport or something like that, because it's huge and it has a bunch of seats in it. You look at the purpose of the build. I did kind of put things into a subcategory that kind of describe its function. So, these for me, I'm saying that these are starters, but they are miners, like you're saying. They are a subcategory of a starter vessel at this point. I don't know that we have to have a complete new channel for miners.
I don't have a problem with that. I think the best way to do that would be to have them, like you say, the way that they're in the vanilla game, where it's the, this is a starter miner or whatever. But like XCal's saying, if we're going to put a miner tag on anything, it needs to have a bit more rigorous testing than just can it lift straight up with the weight that's in the cargo. If we're going to give something,
remove the bubble and black cloth. I don't understand that.
So I've already pulled that off, XCal. If you want to look through the top, he's got a bunch of the upgrade spots and all that kind of stuff.
Oh.
I don't see it.
But it's on the top of the
other
one that's in the air, yeah. And I mean, ultimately, when you were messing with it before, I went through and upgraded the lift thrust, and it lifted just fine with what was in there.
Yeah, so again, I'm not disputing the abilities of this specific build. I'm not doing that at all. We're talking about a much bigger picture thing here. I'm not even testing Steel Dragon's build right now because I don't think it fits in the category we're testing. That's the whole argument here. I mean, I just think that.
See, and I think it does. So you can call it a starter, but I just don't think you can put the miner tag on it as well until we've tested it as a miner.
Well, and I'm in the middle there. Like, okay, yes, it's a miner. Yes, it's a starter by the builder. But I also think that if you look on the workshop, if you search for starter, you're not going to get all miners. But if you search for miner, you're not going to get all starters. So I do think there needs to be, to a degree, the separation there. If it meets the starter category, but it's a miner, then yes, let's put it in the starter. But if it meets the miner category but not the starter, then it needs to go in the miner category.
All right, so let's look at
both.
Kletzeroni's build over here. You guys cool with this?
Yeah.
Does this work as a starter, SV?
Which one is this?
Kletzeroni's over here by the window.
Oh yeah.
No.
Well, no, because it doesn't lift.
It's not functional.
What do you mean?
It's not functional. You put drills on there that serve no purpose.
It had lift issues to begin with.
Well,
wait. Okay, wait.
What do you mean?
Let's assume that it does lift, that it's within CPU, and meets all the other criteria. Having the drills there is fine, but as far as certification, we would only be able to certify that as a starter, because it wouldn't pass any kind of tests as a miner.
Okay. So see, this
that
is
would
my
be a
issue,
starter
because this
SV.
is for new people, and if they see drills, they're gonna try to drill with it.
Okay, that goes back to my point, that these are for people who don't know how to play the game.
Right.
And so we need to be thinking about it in that regard, and that it's not, well, this thing can be upgraded to, umpteen levels and it can do all this crazy stuff. Well, that's great, but if you don't know how to play the game, you're not going to take advantage of that. You're going to use it as it is. It needs to work as it is.
So with that in mind, XCal, exactly what you were saying, new player coming in, if they want something that mines, and I'm not trying to steal the thunder from Steel, but I spawned mine in real quick, and there's something right there. I mean, it's on the photo, it's on the ship itself. You're limited to 50% if you're going to use this as a miner, unless you upgrade it.
Right.
So, what everybody's saying is, so yeah, these are starters, but I respect what you're saying too. If there's drills on it, they're going to use the drills.
Right. So if I take this build right now and I let's say it's not certified. Let's say I take it and I'm saying we're gonna go through the paces. So we're gonna put the ingots in it. We're gonna lift it back and forth. We're gonna see if we can get the oxygen station. And I'm just supposed to be like, cool, certified. But what if I later take this thing and it doesn't burrow, or it doesn't reverse back up, or I'm sure it does. I'm just saying, like, we're not testing for that in this category. So this is bypassed the rigorous testing that a miner deserves when we do later mining categories. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. It's an issue that we have to address now and say, yes, starter SV can have drills. That's totally a thing. And I'm not even contesting starter. Let's not get caught up on the starter word. All we're saying is we're looking for. Let's read the category. Read the category again for what the brief was.
I can pull it up. Oh, you got it. Good.
Starter, small vessel, unlock level 5, unlock level 7, CPU tier 1, 2, thrust in all directions, 1000 cargo minimum, O2 station, O2 tank, oxygenation, ammo box, landing pads, make all utilities manually accessible, expose all thrusters. No warp or shield, no Zaska or restroom. General upgraded spacing is always good, but initial size is something to constrict. Remember, these are prefabs. Work on displaying the basics of what the game has to offer at this stage of gameplay. And remember that cost is vital at this stage and will likely consist of farming surface nodes.
So to me, basically what that says and what I just put in chat is this should work no matter what. If you play with weights and volumes, if you don't. If you play vanilla, if you play reforged, depending on what it's labeled. It should just, a new player should be able to pull it off the workshop, bring it in their game, if it's reforged or vanilla, based on the label, again, and it should just work no matter what.
Fuel and
like the whole idea
O2,
of-
no, not necessarily as a utility. Guys, it's true. We're getting caught up on the word starter, and it's all, up for interpretation as far as what that means. Everybody considers something different as a starter. That's fine. It's an unlock level limit. The drills are within that limit. All we're talking about is how we're testing. So these are starter. This is a starter miner, starter SV miner. Absolutely. My issue is we need to test these differently. So
Yeah,
that's it.
because they're miners. I agree.
That's it. That's all I'm arguing here. I'm not arguing about what's a starter, what's not a starter. That's a long conversation that can never be solved. You know
when
what I mean?
you tested mine and you tested the other drill miner that kind of looks like it, and when you previously tested steels as well, you tested them like you would a miner. You said you got to be able to get out of the hole. You do this. I mean, there's special functionality. It's no different than Viral Gamer's CV, where we're saying, no, you got to be able to get to the food processor and things like that.
But you
it's the same
weight
thing.
tested them with ingots.
No,
ore.
No, on mine they tested it with ore because he actually drilled it and put ore in there.
Well, and I think
too,
you get into that point of those of us that have 2,000 plus hours in the game. What's a starter versus somebody that has 50 hours in the game? So I mean, we can argue all day long about what's a starter. I think if we ultimately go by what we put out originally as what is the criteria for a prefab, and I mean, if we have to tweak little things between now and then, that's fine, but ultimately let's stick to, can a player with less than 100 hours bring it into the game and it just works?
Well, the other thing is along with what you're saying, you got to take any new player that's coming in, and is this a ship that they're not going to get trapped with?
Exactly.
Is what you're saying, and a miner like mine or a miner like Steels or something like that, if the disclaimer's there that says, hey, don't go over 50% or you're not going to be out of the hole, I mean, I think that's enough for a new player.
I agree.
To be able to spawn something like this in. Like I said, being able to get away from hand drilling stuff is a huge advantage in beginning stages of the game.
Okay, so back to what XCal just said a second ago. Since when are fuel and oxygen not considered utilities? Because when we first were testing these, that was very much a requirement that you had to have direct access to fuel and O2.
I think it was just O2 that you had to have access to.
O2 station. O2 station.
Yeah.
Right.
That's not what I recall. Because we had earlier builds that were not certified because they didn't have access directly to those things.
To the tank?
To the O2?
Yes, because the logic was, and I disagreed at the time, but the logic was that you might not know how to use the P menu at that time, and so you need to physically access the fuel tank and the oxygen tank, just as you do in the existing starter stuff, to be able to put fuel and oxygen into it when you don't know how to use the P menu. That was the reasoning, for whatever it's worth, and that's why that was a requirement.
Going through all the spreadsheets, I don't think we failed.
It wasn't written down directly that that's what it said, but it was brought up in chat during the time, and that was what it was said to be.
Yeah.
Because I remember that is the reason why I did not submit one.
So I mean, to me,
I always buried them.
There is no fuel station. There's an O2 station. To me,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about to physically put fuel from your inventory, like biofuel, into the ship if you have never played the game, don't know how to use the P menu because you skipped the tutorial, then you go
Thanks
to
for throwing
physically
me in.
touch, pretty much. You basically touch the fuel tank, and then you can put fuel in it. When I first played, before I had done that, yeah, I went up to the little HV damage thing, and you touch the fuel tank, and that's how you put fuel in. So that was I think the reasoning behind saying that that's why they had to be exposed.
Well, if that's the case, then we'd have to fail a whole lot of these.
And maybe that got changed after the first stream, because I'm talking like back in the very first prefab stream we did. That was the criteria we were working on.
So, who's played the missions? Because my question is, in the basic, like right now we're in Reforged Eden. In the basic missions, does it explain to you how to access the fuel through the P menu?
Yes.
So, to me, kind of like y'all said to me earlier, because I failed to play the missions, but I learned it eventually. Should it disqualify somebody because they're not willing to do the tutorial?
Okay, so again, not saying I agreed with that, just saying that was the criteria we were using when we started this.
I know. My reasoning, though, is like O2 tanks exposed is not a big deal. A fuel tank exposed creates exposure radiation.
Don't need to convince me. That was my view originally, but I'm just saying, like, everything else, we need to have a standard.
I think we need to go back and look at that, because I don't remember requiring tanks to be accessible. I think we had the same argument that first time, and I think we decided that that's not the case, that it just has to be the station, the armor locker, the med station, stuff like that. But the tanks, I don't think we required that.
I watched these videos just recently.
And you're saying that's what we said? We didn't.
I think it's a miscommunication, because everything that you guys certified, some of that stuff wasn't exposed. But he did ask, "Shouldn't these be exposed?" And you said, "Yeah." So.
Okay, so there you go. That's why I'm confused.
So,
but I think
it's just a miscommunication. Then that's fine.
So maybe we go with the keep it simple, stupid method. If they're not exposed, then put something on there that explains how to get to them through the P.
I don't think we need to do that either. If it wasn't a requirement, then and some of them were exposed and some of them weren't, then it's irrelevant. If it wasn't a requirement, then they all should pass.
So Garriman's saying they asked really early on in this if tanks were utilities, and the answer was no. So I kind of agree. Look at, if I read the criteria that was put up on Discord, to me a utility is the O2 station, the armor locker, that kind of thing. Now, ultimately, should a player be able to figure out how to put fuel in their thing without having a tank? Yes. So, I mean, it's kind of that gray area, if we want to call it that.
You're preaching to the choir, man. I think we're all on the same page there. I was just confused as to what the original standard was.
And I'm more speaking out to the chat. Like, I think we do have some internal stuff we need to figure out 100% and say this is the guideline, black and white. But ultimately, to me, if a new player coming into the game can figure out how to put fuel in it, put O2 in it, and use it, and it works right, then it's certified.
All right, let's get a little bit back on track here. So I'm at Omicron. I'm at a starter planet with Steel Dragon's build. I'm testing it as a miner, and I can't reverse with full ore in the cargo. I'm trying to understand, because you had said you had tested this on a starter planet. What did you test?
So to me, right now, you're at 100% on the cargo. It should be able to reverse out of the hole, because, yeah, they're going to argue, you know, well, I play where I level out and I fly out of the hole. But to me, if you're in a hole, you should be able to back out of it.
Right, as a miner.
I agree.
Yeah, I think when in doubt, you go with the, you know, make it easier on the player rather than, well, it is possible to do it this way. No, it should always be what's the most logical, basic, easiest utility for the player to use. Like, that's the bar you should be passing.
Yeah, if I was testing a miner, it would have to be able to, if it's a burrower. Now, there's miners that aren't burrowers, and if it specifies it's not a burrow, it's some asymmetrical thing or whatever, I'm totally fine with that. But if it looks like a burrower and it's supposed to burrow, it needs to be able to reverse out of that mine.
Yep.
So, I mean, you know what I mean? So that's what it has to be able to do.
And Steel, please don't take this as like, attacking you. We are, if you look at it from, I've never played this game before. I downloaded it 5 minutes ago and I've got the resources to bring this in. What do I expect it to do? Well, they're going to go with the basic. I dig a hole, I back out.
Right, and if they dig into a big deposit and they get filled up and then they can't back out.
Well, hold on a
Exactly.
second. My miner should not be on there based on all that, though.
Why?
The only reason why my miner's on there is because I've actually said you can't go over 50% until you upgrade the thrust. I think
But
that's
that
the
w-
only difference between mine and Steel's right now.
But that was labeled on there. So, I mean, we can't hold everyone's hand and say, hey, you have to read this letter for letter. I mean, I know when I first started actually playing this game, if there was an LCD, I read it. If there wasn't, I just said, hey, let's see what happens. You know? So, I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
that criteria is put
Okay,
out when
let's
you
Maybe
bring-
I,
Let's
Maybe
make
I'm
this
coming
super
off
easy.
wrong.
Let me make this super easy, real quick. Super
Yeah,
easy.
please.
All you gotta do, Dragon, is on the LCD put do not fill more than 50% until you upgrade the thrusters, and then this is
Okay.
certified.
Exactly.
Oh God, I really want this to be simple.
Tell me.
and done.
That's
What?
simple right there.
I'm just saying, look at the cross section of the four of us, okay? We got one guy who doesn't do tutorials. We got one guy who doesn't read. We got people who play completely differently. So putting an LCD, that's not going to help everyone. Putting something based on being able to use the P menu, that's not going to be any good because we got a guy who doesn't know how to use the P menu when he starts. We got a guy who doesn't
So-
read LCDs when he starts. These things are prefabs. They're meant to just work out of the box and go. That's the whole point of a prefab. You have to be able to just get into it and use it for what it's for. It's a harder level, it's a higher bar, but that's the way it should be. These are meant for people who don't know what they're doing to get in and just use, or really anyone if you want to make the case for it. But even more so, if we are setting these up as the prefab builds that theoretically would be in the game from everybody to use, then they need to be something that is fail-proof, foolproof, idiot-proof, user-friendly. Just go and do it. Like that's the whole idea. And if you have all this stuff about you got to read this text and upgrade it this way and do these specific things and only fly it this way and that way and stuff, it's like, well, no, you're getting farther and farther away from user friendly and more into just another complicated build that can do all these great things and is an amazing build, but isn't necessarily something that would be a general purpose universal prefab. Anyone can go and make it work.
Okay, based on that, then what I would say that we do is we pull the miners out of the build channel for now and reevaluate them on their own, based on their purpose at that point.
I would agree with that. Do a separate minor prefab certification.
I will take mine out and rebuild it. It'll still be starter level, and I'll make it all that. It's just gonna take more material than what I would normally do.
Yeah,
Right,
right,
and like-
at full weight, this isn't backing out. It's like sporadically like jumping, but it's not backing out.
And I mean, that may be the thing.
And this is iron. This isn't even copper.
And
Do
to be honest, like
starter
my
level miners and then do, laser miners and medium.
I
and
don't
then
even
heavy
think I would get that complex. Back to the original comment about getting 1 billion bricks. I think what you would do is do a mining SV prefab challenge, and then you get the whole gambit of miners, and then you put the qualifying tag on each one, as he has it listed in the Discord channel, of saying this is a high G miner, this is a in-game miner, this is a whatever miner. And then you have to do your separate certs based on what it is. So you have all the high G miners that you classify and certify on a high G planet, and you have all the other ones that you certify on a starter planet, or however it is. But you don't, you know what I'm saying? You don't do 1 billion entries for all these different you do one that's SV miners, and everyone kind of picks which niche they want to fall into with their miner,
Well,
and then you certify them.
that would be a pain to test. I mean, you got 3 high Gs, you got 3 starters, you got.
We'll do
3
it. We'll do it. Listen, we want to have a diverse catalog. We want to have a lot of different things. How we logistically put things in the categories is not a big deal. The only argument, the only reason this started was the testing of the builds. We need to test these things correctly so that when we give them to the player, they use as described. That's it. We're accepting all of these builds. We want your
Yeah.
builds. We're not sitting here denying builds based on what category they fall in. We just have to test these properly. That's all we're talking about here, guys. So I understand
so-
everybody's getting really passionate about what starter means and what these different things mean. I totally get it. But let's get off of that and let's talk about how we're going to test these things so that they're good and we can move forward. That's it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I like
based
Boss
on
Man's
that-
solution.
Based on that, XCal, let's say I submit this for a starter. Say I submit a drill for a starter. You're saying that whatever the cargo is, it has to be able to fill that cargo and get out of the hole.
There's so many other things with miners. I'm not going to go into
No,
that. There's a
no,
lot of
and I-
testing for miners that are way
I know,
beyond just that.
but it's still a starter SV. You're still going to purpose test these, right?
Yes,
As a minor.
and I mean,
And that's
let me just say this. Ultimately, so we can kind of get over everyone's hurt feelings or anything, what we are trying to do is everything on this list, if it says it can do it, as a new player, you can bring it in and it will do it, no questions asked. Now, if that means we have to create new categories or we don't, we're trying to give a new player the best opportunity to come into this game and love it like we do, instead of figure it out like most of us had to.
Yeah. So I mean, like, take for instance, like, I don't know, like Jay Randall's mole. Remember that little mining HV that he has that unlocks at 5, but then you can't put the drills on until it's 10 or whatever? It's a miner, but it starts out as a little starter HV. So I mean, technically, if he had taken the drills off this, but then I still feel like if it's meant to be a miner, it needs to be tested as a miner too. Because once they put those drills on, it doesn't work as a miner. They're going to be pretty pissed off. So we define this, guys. This is our catalog. So there's no book that we're standing on top of saying this is the way it's got to be. It's however we decide it to be. And all we're arguing about here is how to make this make the most sense for our catalog. And, I'm reading everything you guys are saying. I'm understanding where you're coming from and everything. We just need to figure out the most efficient way to test everything. That's it. That's all we're talking about here, guys. So what you define as a starter, what you define as an all-around great build for this and that is totally subject to interpretation. Absolutely, 100%.
So take mine and Steel's builds right now. We submit these as starter SVs, right? What keeps them from becoming starter SVs?
So
That it has drills, that it has drills, and it needs to be tested as a miner.
Okay, and that's fair.
Exactly.
That's fine. So basically, what we do is we can resubmit these, and if they're fully functional in their full capacity, then they would pass as a starter SV. Is that fair?
Yes.
Well, hold on. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's just the format of the catalog. I mean, that's really your say more than anything. I mean, it's it's a starter SV miner, but it's a miner. So yeah, I mean, yes, technically yes, it would be a starter SV, and it would be certified as a starter SV. It's just we tested it differently. So that's
what
it.
What I'm asking, I think what I'm asking is just for clarity, is that all the equipment that it's equipped with has to be fully functional.
So, and this is again my 2 cents. If it says this is a starter HV or SV or CV, if I, as a new player, say click on the CV category and I find something in there, oh, that looks cool, and I spawn it in and it doesn't work, I'm never looking at you again as a builder. If I spawn it in as a starter and everything works, then awesome. I'm going to subscribe to this guy and keep going until I learn how to build my own. So at the end of the day, if it says starter SV and our requirements are A, B, and C, then it should meet those. If it's a starter CV and it says A, B, and C, then it should meet those. Because, like I said, what we're ultimately trying to do, and we're kind of all going in circles here, as a brand new player is how we should look at this. If you bring it in not knowing anything about building your own, maybe you've never even been in creative, it should just work. No story attached.
I think we should probably take this offline then.
It's yeah. So I mean, listen. All I'm gonna say, guys, full stop, is that we are going to test these builds based on the function that they have, and that's it. So a starter SV has cargo, it has an oxygen station, it has an armor locker, it has thrust. You know, that's why we set those parameters with starter SVs. If you consider a starter SV a miner, we're gonna test it as a miner. If you consider a starter SV as an HV with, you know, lots of guns, we're gonna test it as a HV with lots of guns. If it has the function in the build, I don't care what you interpret a starter as. We're going to test it for the function that it provides, because that player is going to look at those drills and he's going to try to drill. That's it. That's all it is. We're not saying what you determine a starter isn't a starter. None of that. Just know that we're going to test these things based on the function that you provide. You know, the brief could be 10 pages long and I'm still going to miss something. And that's fine. We want all of these builds. We're going to create a full catalog within time. So these builds will fit somewhere and we'll put them there. But we are going to test them based on the function that you provide. So just understand that. That's it. There's no interpretation with that. It's like if you put a turret down, we're going to make sure it's not blocked. If you put a drill down, we're going to make sure that it can mine the way, you know, a miner should mine. If you put a drill turret in, you know, I mean, so on and so forth. We're going to test these things based on the function that you provide. So that's it. Thank you, everybody. This took a long time, but you know, these are the conversations we have to determine exactly what we're going to do. We're going to work with Viral Gamer to determine exactly how we're going to be testing these in the future and how we're going to deal with the ones we've already tested. And we're going to go from there. We're going to get it right. We're not going to half-ass it. We're going to get this right. So again, thanks to Filbert Farmer. Thanks to Bossman for all the work he's done with the catalog. Definitely check it out in the Discord. A lot of hard work was done there, so I appreciate it. JTKE Gaming, L Donk, and thanks everybody in the chat for all of the feedback. We greatly appreciate it, and we will see you on the next one, guys. Until then, everybody have a great rest of your weekend, and be here tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, for the live event within the Anvil server. Look at the server event brief for future instructions. Until then, take care, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you.
See ya.